All right, sorry for being a few minutes late, 2 minutes late. I forgot to set my tea. I should have did that earlier. Anyway, good morning, chat. Hope everybody's having a good Monday morning so far. Decided to start early because I've been wanting to do more. I have Mondays to myself, basically, what I do. So I always want to do a good Monday morning stream. I always feel like that's a Monday morning, that's a slot that really isn't filled by too many people. An easy place where I can just like monopolize it. Plus, some people are going to work. Some of y'all are already at work. It'd be a good time to hang out with people. Anyway, I'm glad you guys came because we got a heavy duty stream on our hands today. This is gonna be the heaviest shit I'm gonna lay on y'all. For real. I can't believe how much weight is on this stream today. And we're gonna be talking about Movie Bob in Review Tech USA. And you know what? To Bob's credit, he actually has lost some weight. He's not quite as fat as he looks in the thumbnail anymore. He does actually hit the gym and watch his figure a little bit these days. Way better than Rich, who if we're to believe the rumors, beat the surgery that he took. I'm always very generous to Rich in that regard. I always say, well, there's no proof that he had any surgery, right? I'm always very overly nice to Rich in that little realm. I could just say that he got the surgery and he just got fat as fuck again anyway. But no, we'll leave him alone. It is kind of pathetic to still be that wide in the days of Ozempic, but then again, Review Tech USA, as we're going to see, ain't really bringing in the dollars like he used to. So he probably can't even afford that shit. Arthur, thank you for the $5 early on in the stream, buddy. RTU and Film Robert are very similar in multiple ways. For one, they're both great examples of why normal people can't stand extreme leftists. Yeah, they both got bitten by the progressive bug at different times. I'll give this to Bob. Bob never really hid who he was. He always was that guy. He was just I guess he kept it better in check in the pre-Gamergate days. Post Gamergate, he just like he gave a lot of people after Gamergate just dropped their masks and they either went full on progressive or to a lesser extent like full on super right winger, although that was way less common than the latter. Uh, Hold on. Before we get started with the stream, I already said earlier, I missed some of you guys. I missed some donos I got last stream. I'm going to read them now. Quiet Rider, you gave me $2. His goal is some Rich next year shit. That's when we were talking about Rich's 5-year goal, or his plans to basically make a retirement fund off of his ASMR channel, which we are going to look at a little bit today. Giga Todd Howard, you gave me $2. You said Rich is somehow lower energy than Quarter Pounder. Yes, that's right. Jeremy, I'll say this about the quartering. He did figure out the YouTube game way better than Rich ever did, which is just if you're gonna be a low effort, low quality slop tuber, then just be prolific, right? Just push out as much content as you can if you know you're gonna like half-ass it and there's gonna be no work put into it. Rich put as much effort into his content as Jeremy did into his, but Jeremy just he does have a better work ethic. Like seriously, he does. And for Taras Nabad, okay, this is weird because your name was Taras Nabad like on the super chat when I looked at it, but like the on-screen chat, it read chaotic Jersey. I don't know what that's about, but you gave me $5. You said Rich wants to say everyone else's career is done, but he fails to realize his career is done. The irony of it all. Yeah, Rich just keeps projecting about his own failures with his own gaming career and whatnot. And finally, Corruption Point, you donated to me multiple times last stream, brother. I appreciate it. I missed one. For $5, you said, funny, I would say Smash JT isn't as much of a grifter. He gets into fights with people on his team and stands by the stuff he says. The quartering is, though. Or maybe I did read that. That actually sounds familiar. Anyway, I don't remember it anyway. So those are all the donos I missed. I said something about getting like a notification, and I had a couple ideas. Some of you guys gave me ideas. One I really liked was the fire detector, the smoke detector beep. I like that. Somebody else said a demo D sound clip. I would also like that. I don't know. I might just get something that's I don't know, says the N-word or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we need it. We'll see if we need it today. I think I will be able to catch all of the donos today if they come. Never feel like you're obliged to donate. I would appreciate the donations, but never feel obliged to do so. I'm here to entertain you guys first and foremost. Anyway, before we get into the show, proper, I want to real quick go over some shit that literally just popped on the timeline today. Jake Paul is about to make America proud. He's gonna go. No, wait, this fight is actually taking place in Miami. But still, Anthony Joshua is about to get knocked the fuck out. This nigga, this fraud, this professional bodybuilder who convinced everybody that he was like gonna be the GOAT of this generation, got his shit pushed in by Daniel Dubois, got his shit pushed in by that gypsy nigga, got his shit pushed in by Usyk, right? Now, who's been ducking Deontay Wilder his whole career. Now he's about to face judgment. Jake Paul is about to put this British motherfucker he's gonna throw him into the harbor like they did with that tea 200 and so years ago, right? It's over. I can't believe it. He thinks this is gonna be, Anthony Joshua thinks this is gonna be an easy lick. He thinks he's gonna come in there, he's gonna get, okay, I'm gonna make a giant bag off of Jake Paul and I'm gonna go home with maybe a bruise on my cheek, you know. He doesn't understand. Man, people underestimate Jake. Jake's got that fire in his hand. If he hits him once, we've seen it. He's got a glass jaw. He can't stand being tested. That's why that fat Mexican nigga was able to knock him out. Nick Fuentes, if Nick Fuentes bloated up to Review Tech USA size, he could probably take Anthony Joshua in the ring. I'm just saying. So yeah, Judgment Day, just go ahead and somebody should go to Anthony Joshua's Wikipedia page and just mark him for dead on this date. It's over for him in December. So that was one thing I looked at. And another thing is this little clip right here. This little clip right here.
We've had some great interviews with Tucker Carlson. But you can't tell him who to interview. I mean, if he wants to interview Nick Fuentes, I don't know much about him, but if he wants to do it, get the word out. Let him, you know, people have to decide. Ultimately, people have to decide.
So there you have it. Donald Trump just said Nick Fuentes' name. Nick Fuentes' name has been in the mouth of multiple big people, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and now Donald Trump. He's big, he's mainstream, you know, he's on that level, guys. I guess I was wrong. I guess I gotta take down my video. I gotta take down my documentary. Nick Fuentes is about to go mainstream. He's gonna take over the American right. He's probably gonna be president in another decade or so. JD Vance, unless he gets Nick's blessing and he divorces his Indian wife, he's not going to become president in 2020. It's not going to happen. Now, in reality, this isn't the first time where Nick Fuentes is like been in proximity or been in the conversation with Trump. He literally attended the Mar-a-Lago dinner with Kanye that one time, and he was sitting right next to Donald Trump. And then right after that, Trump disavowed him because people were like bringing up, hey, why is Trump sitting next to a Nazi? What's up with that, right? So here's what it is, right? Here's what gripers don't understand. Here's something that I've known about Nick, something I noticed when I was making my documentary. The Fuentes curse kicks into overdrive at around the holiday season. Most of the worst things that have happened to Nick in like the past decade have happened between November and January. From like the holiday season up until like New Year's. Well, not New Year's, you know, it happened Jan 6. But you guys know what I'm saying, right? Jan 6 happened during the holiday season. The Catboy Cammy date scandal happened during the holiday season. The Super Bowl party tragedy, possibly the worst thing that ever happened to Nick ever, happened during the holiday season. The after the election, right? His Your Body Our Choice clip, it went viral. And women were just fucking, he was getting harassed. I will say literal witches. Bitches, crazy bitches who call themselves witches were casting curses on him. They were doxing him, putting his address and shit all over social media. That crazy old bitch visited his house. He maced her, took her phone, had to like turn himself in for that. He had to confess to just being a Mexican who LARPs as a white nationalist. Some dude in a helmet who killed his family came to Nick's house and almost killed him too. Almost added Nick to his KD. The worst things in Nick's life almost usually happen around the holiday season. So I'm seeing all this. I'm seeing Nick right now. He's at like the pinnacle of his career that he's been at in like a long while. And all I can think of, we're really, really close to the Icarus is a little bit too close to the sun for his own good phase of this arc. And I'm very much looking forward to what we have in store for Nick this November, December, and January. I'm looking forward to that. So, oh no, we don't need to look at that. I don't even know why I had that. What else do we have here? No. Okay, literally everything here is worthless. I was just looking at shit on Twitter. I'm sorry. I was just looking at shit on Twitter, guys. We can actually get to what we're actually here for. So first, though, before we can do that, first we got to talk about the new Metroid. Metroid Prime 4 is coming out in early December. First week of December. Metroid Prime is it's gonna finally come out after all these years. We're finally getting the 4th installment, and sadly, well, I mean, I guess it does it like. Let me just show you guys the clip.
Wow. What a mess. You're alone on a planet with no hope of survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so... Win? Oh. Okay. What now? Samus? Samus Aran? Hey! Hey, Samus Aran! Oh, stop! Help me out! Oh! Please get me down. I'll just stay right here. Try not to die.
Yeah, it's tragic, but the millennial writing has invaded Metroid. You hate to see it. But I feel like it was almost inevitable because let's think about this. Let's actually think about this. The last Metroid, the last installment of the original Metroid Prime trilogy came out almost 20 years ago. It's been almost 2 decades in between Metroid Prime 3 and this game which is about to be released. Almost 2 decades. In that time, almost nobody who made the original trilogy is working on this. Retro is basically a whole new fucking studio. This is like a BioWare thing where people are like, man, what happened to BioWare? Why are all their games so shit now? Well, it's because the people who made the original Mass Effect games, who made the original Dragon Age, who made Baldur's Gate 2 and all that shit, those niggas ain't working at BioWare anymore. And the same thing with Retro. By the time you get to Metroid Prime 3, like less than half of the people who made the first Metroid Prime already weren't working there. And that's like 17, 18 years ago. So of course, modern retro and modern Texas, right? This ain't Texas is a very different state now. Texas is still a red state, but it was a whole different type of red like almost 2 decades ago. So it's like the gaming culture, Western culture has changed. Uh, retro as a studio has changed. Millennial writing, we're not done with it yet. The specter still haunts the Western gaming industry, at least from a writing standpoint. So yeah, Metroid Prime 4, it could still be good. It could still cook. But yeah, that's kind of disappointing to see. Anyway, I'm bringing that up because we're going to watch a video that Movie Bob made. This is actually one of the most controversial game overthinker videos that Bob ever made. And it was about Metroid the Other M. Now, Metroid the Other M was it was seen by the original creator of Metroid. He was the director of it, and he saw it as a return to form. He saw it as Metroid finally coming back home from overseas. And, you know, he actually said a bunch of things that a lot of people, I don't think he was trying to put down the Metroid Prime games, but it kind of felt that way. It kind of felt like, yeah, Metroid really belongs in the hands of the Japanese, which I guess he's kind of right today. I would much rather have the modern Metroid games just be made by Japanese people, because retro is kind of lost these days. But no, everybody was talking about Metroid the Other M, and they didn't like how Samus was portrayed. And guess who came? Guess who came out to defend Other M? Guess who came out to speak against all the gamers and how they were wrong about female representation and all that shit? Of course it would be Movie Bob. And this was actually almost like a whole arc. This shit was so controversial that he had to end up making a sequel episode addressing the shit he got for this first thing. So, Harges, thank you, brother. Mikey, put a post before stream. I missed 2 key. You know, I actually might start doing that. I also might start streaming from Twitter too, because fuck it, why not? It's not like you actually like lose anything from multi-streaming or whatever. Anyway, let's get to it. This is ancient. This is ancient, by the way. This is all the way back in Obama's administration. This is a very, very old piece of media we're watching.
Here's a word a lot of people throw around without really understanding it. Stoic. In current parlance, it's used to describe a state of pure, unflappable badassery in fictional characters. In other words, it means, this character reminds me of Batman. Thing is,
I'm just gonna speed this up.
That's not entirely the correct usage. Stoic comes from Stoicism, a philosophy originating in 3rd century Athens and attributed to the Greek philosopher Zeno of Citium. Stoicism held that an excess negative emotions like anger, fear, sadness, etc. were the cause of most human failure, and that the path to true virtue was to overcome said negative emotions in favor of clear, unbiased reason. Unfortunately, as previously mentioned, the word has come to be misunderstood as simply denoting an absence of emotional response. Thusly, we've come to refer to certain fictional characters as stoic when they're really just one-dimensional.
He tries so hard. I always hated, even back then, right? Even when I used to watch Bob's shit, just because, you know, I was like a dumb kid and I'm like, oh, hey, this guy kind of, I always knew there's always something about his writing style that was just so fucking, it was so pseudo-intellectual. Even back then, so pretentious. He tries so hard to sound smart and shit. This is why he writes consistently and run on his sentences. Because, see, this is actually an example of millennial writing. The type of person who like wrote all these terrible scripts we see in like the latest Borderlands games, or, you know, in Metroid Prime 4 now, I guess, are the same. They write in the same type of, I'm so fucking smart, I'm so intelligent style that Bob likes to write into. He loves the sound of his oath. He likes to stroke his imaginary IQ.
Like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, let's talk about this. You know, the second most difficult thing you can ask of a game developer in the modern era is to take a risk. Back when games were made by a handful of guys with almost no real-time audience feedback, changing up genres or tossing in moments of total absurdity were expectedly pretty common. But now that it costs hundreds of millions of dollars to make even the shittiest big-ticket game, and design teams are massive and fans can start bitching about the game en masse the minute they've booted it up, not so much. Now, a lot of what does and does not constitute a risk is going to be subjective, so let me lay out my favorite recent example. Setting a shooter in the remains of an underwater Art Deco objectivist paradise instead of a monotone Space Marine fun park, that was a risk. But like I said, that's only the second most difficult thing you can ask. The most difficult thing is for that same level of risk to be...
He has to, like, his desire to to sound so intelligent and be so pretentious extends to the point that he has to put text on the screen in a video where you're supposed to be. If you just listen, right? Here's the thing. If you just take like a Movie Bob, one of these game over things, really any Movie Bob content, and you just listen to it in the background, technically you're not, like, you're missing out on half the content because he loves to put so much text on screen. I don't know. He expects you to read this while you're also listening to him too. Let me read this. Actually, the most difficult thing to ask for would probably be a non-stereotypical gay. Okay, of course.
Taken with an established franchise. For reference's sake, making the second Zelda...
They were so obsessed. Back then, they were so obsessed. I mean, it kind of makes sense now in hindsight, but they were so obsessed with, like, we need more women. We need more brown people. We need more gay men. We need more gay brown lesbians, and they just kept going, and it was never enough, right? Because I don't even think there is an end goal. I think they just would have put as many like gay brown lesbians in as many pieces of media as possible, and they could never explain to you why. They could never explain to you why this was necessary, why just like one or two every once in a while was enough.
Side-scrolling platformer, even in the 80s, that was a risk. Killing off Mr. Super Macho Rambo Badass in the first mission and replacing him with a vaguely effeminate ninja, that was a risk. But Metroid Other M is a risk on a whole other level. Yanking the franchise out of first-person shooter territory when the genre has never been more popular, a next-gen 3D platforming shooter that's essentially controlled with the equivalent of an NES controller.
See, this is the thing. Remember in my Movie Bob video when I talked about how much Movie Bob hates first-person shooters to the point that Metroid Prime, being a critically acclaimed, high-quality, first-party, well, I say first-party. It was by, like, a studio that was contracted under Nintendo from, like, Texas. But still, it was, like, it was under the purview, under the supervision, right? Nintendo was very much in contact with Retro while they were making the Metroid Prime trilogy. That wasn't enough to get past his anti-first person bias. He talks about Metroid Prime just like they're fucking Call of Duty or Battlefield. It is like they're completely different games. But like they're in the first person perspective and you shoot people. So it's the same thing to Bob.
Controller and a zapper. Building a character-driven narrative around one of Nintendo's fiercely protected empty vessel protagonists. Hell, Nintendo...
RTU is made for BBC. He wishes.
Handing development to Team Ninja, a developer with a radically different design philosophy, I'd be hard-pressed to find a braver, bolder risk taken at this scale with this kind of money involved in the recent history of this business. Given that, it would have been impressive had the game turned out good. That it's actually damn close to great is something like a miracle. It has its imperfections, as any true trailblazer always does. It's a little on the short side, and thus a little too expensive. Don't misunderstand. I'd say that what's in that relatively short package is worth the $50 they're charging, but since the campaign is pretty brief and because it's such an experimental title, maybe knocking a few bucks off the price would have been a good show of faith, especially since Nintendo ain't exactly hurting for cash right now. But overall, it's a dream game that shatters preconceptions about what's needed to deliver a so-called hardcore gaming experience. A gorgeous-looking cinematic 3D platforming shooter on the Wii, controlled with no analog stick and only 2 or 3 action buttons at any given time, essentially controlled, in fact, by an NES controller, and it works. This is huge. This is, or rather should be, a game-changing, teachable moment.
This is the most This is the most enthusiastic I've ever heard. This video, I've never heard anybody suck Metroid Other M's dick as much as Movie Bob did in this video, or in the follow-up video. He really makes it sound like it's a 10 out of 10 masterpiece, like a game that's never been, like a game that was basically in a league of its own. And even the people, even the reviewers who said it was good, didn't say it was that good. The way he's describing it, there are only 2 buttons for action. You know, it's like all this is made by Ninja T. I didn't like the game, personally. I didn't like the game. I didn't think it was, I just thought it was very weirdly designed, like it was trying to do too many things at once. I think that Metroid works well as a first-person game. It works well as a side-scroller. It doesn't work well as like this multi-genre mashup thing that they were going for in Other M. Even when you take out the story, it still doesn't hit for me.
In modern game design, and on a very personal note for me, it's not another first-person shooter.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Let's go through these. Let's go through these exactly, because he's just being a... See, this is the reason why people really hated this video, because he's so up his own ass.
It's not another first-person shooter.
Again, first-person shoot, it doesn't matter. It's basically Call of Duty. It's basically Battlefield, basically Killzone, basically basically Gears of War, even though Gears of War is third-person. I'm happy you enjoyed the Prime games. They were good. I was okay with them. But FPS is the most creatively bankrupt genre in gaming. That's insane. Like, for starters, first-person shooter, FPS isn't even really a genre. It's not a genre. Like, RPG is a genre. Racing is a genre. First person is like, it's like a perspective that you put the game in. Is Elder Scrolls, most people play Elder Scrolls games in first person. Is it a FPS? Most people play the Thief games. Are the Thief games first person shooters? You shoot a bow in first person. What about fucking Dishonored? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It is largely responsible for most of the worst aspects of gaming culture today. Oh, sure. I mean, that's not even true. That wasn't even true back then. Back then, like, I say the worst aspects of gaming culture, like the loot box shit and the day one DLC, that was being done by pretty much every genre of game. Every genre of, like, big corporate backed game, regardless of, you know, whether they were shooters or not.
And yet, for some reason, all anyone wants to talk about is Adam Malkovich. Short version, for those on the outside looking in on this one. In Other
Yeah, Spec Ops The Line.
M, we learn that Samus was actually in the regular old Galactic Army before becoming a solo bounty hunter. In the present, she winds up joining a military operation, exploring a busted-up research ship that happens to be under the command of one Adam Malkovich, an officer with whom she has a complicated prior relationship that can be neatly summarized by the words,
Electra Complex.
And here, evidently, is what everyone is having a fucking cow about. See, apparently someone either at Nintendo or Team Ninja decided that instead of handling power-ups in the normal way, i.e. the protagonist just happens to find compatible equipment lying around at the moment they need it, they'd be creative and tie it into the narrative. Samus and the other troops already have all the gear they need, but they're under orders not to use certain parts of it.
Now hold, wait, see that section right there? Look at this.
Find compatible equipment lying around at the moment they need it. They'd be
Look at this section right here.
creative and tie it into the narrative. Samus and
What difference? Like, how much more different would that be if she was just doing that in first person instead of third person? How much more different would it really be? And Bob will say that's like a completely different game.
the other troops already have all the gear they need, but they're under orders not to use certain parts of it until Adam authorizes it. In practical terms, instead of rushing through, say, the fire level looking for the point at which you'll happen upon the fireproof suit, you're rushing through the fire level looking for the point at which Mr. Voice authorizes you to turn on the fireproof suit. In other words, it's a completely superficial, fundamentally unimportant narrative switch, one which shouldn't matter one bit more than, say, when an RPG decides that the obligatory House of Worship save points are going to be called temples instead of churches this time. Except this is Samus Aran, gaming's Virgin Mary of strong woman characterization, here depicted as having feelings of attachment and respect to a man, and even worse, taking orders from him. Oh no! So it becomes a big deal. I think the
In any other situation, Bob would be one of the biggest opponents to this happening, because this is basically what he's describing is that you got a strong, independent woman with a reputation of being a strong, independent woman in past games, and she's basically risking her life for literally no reason, having no agency, and just like following the orders of a man to the point of putting her own life at risk. It is like in any other situation, Bob will be against this. But because it's from a game that he likes, because let's be real, only reason he likes Other M is because it was like a sign of Metroid going back to it was a sign of Metroid going back to the type of games that remind him of his childhood. And anything that reminds Movie Bob of his childhood, he automatically thinks is amazing. Unless it's like, you know, related to, unless it reminds him of the dudes who bullied him, which is what it's like this, right? If something reminds Bob of his childhood, he gets two reactions. If it reminds him of things that were good, like Nintendo or the games he played and shit like that, he loves it. If it reminds him of high school and his bullies back then, he hates it and he thinks it's evil and he probably thinks it's fascist or some shit like that too.
The argument here can be best summarized by my good buddy Strawman. Strawman, take it away.
Samus Aran is the go-to example of strong, non-sexualized, non-submissive women in video games. Her suit negates almost all traces of femininity, she does her job without assistance, she's the badass among the Nintendo menagerie, and so on. Therefore, having her act in any way submissive or even agreeable to a male authority figure is a huge betrayal of character. Also, the expanded backstory now shows her having uncertainty, frailty, and indecision, stereotypically girly traits that she'd never previously...
All of these are arguments that Bob would agree with in literally any other scenario. But he's talking about this marked the end in Bob's mind of Metroid ever being a first-person game ever again. So he was like the biggest, he was the greatest soldier for Other M because of that. It's like, yeah, Can't Fly, man. His hatred for FPS games supersedes any sexism, virtue signaling. Like FPS games he hates them so much that he's willing to like not be so much of a annoying feminist.
Displayed. In short, Other M's narrative serves to lessen Samus' strength as a character, turning her into just another over-feminized, disempowered female game hero. Oh, and it's also all Japan's fault. See, Metroid isn't popular in Japan, so to make it popular, they had to make Samus into a submissive little girl because that's the only thing Japan likes. What, didn't you know? Yeah, Japan is this horrible, misogynist country run entirely by women-hating perverts and sex criminals. It's true. It must be true. I read it on 4chan!
What? You read what?
Sex criminals. It's true. It must be true. I read it on 4chan!
4chan is literally the last place. It's literally the last place where you would hear that sort of opinion. 4chan is full of weebs who do nothing but just like bigger weebs than me. Weebs that I could only like, I don't know. I kind of don't want to be weebs on that level because it's kind of insane sometimes. But no, he would never hear that sort of opinion like that. Like even right here, he says, actually, he probably read it on NeoGAF. But that doesn't sound, even then that doesn't make sense. NeoGAF is full of weebs too. Bob is a fake nerd sometimes, I feel. Sometimes I feel like Bob is like, he's a pretender. He's a phony, right? Because what it is that he's not tapped in to modern gaming culture. He's only a nerd so far as it's like, it concerns things from like the 80s and 90s and maybe the early aughts. Anything beyond that, he's a fake geek girl, basically.
Now, let me just say, I get where people like Strawman are coming from. Well, the first people, I mean. The people who think the game is some anti-feminist conspiracy hatched by the evil stereotype of what they imagine Japan is like are just, well, Japanophobes. I'm sorry, guys, but really, it's getting a little bit racist. You gotta cut this shit out. But in the broad strokes, yeah, someone at Team Ninja or Nintendo should have realized how the situation might read out of context and in regard to the way people tend to view this character and maybe come up with a different angle for unlocking the power-ups, like, say, a HAL 9000 type AI or the ship's defenses, something like that. But since the rest of the story clearly isn't setting up some kind of you need a man message, I don't see it as a deal breaker. But what's interesting about this, in my estimation, kinda silly outrage is what it says about how much of game characterization is made up of stuff we only think we know. If this was, say, Princess Peach taking instruction from Toadsworth, nobody would give a fuck because, well, we assume it fits. The reason it's jarring that Samus is taking orders from a man or showing signs of deep post-traumatic stress disorder towards Ridley is that a lot of us, myself probably included, have taken over 2 decades of Metroid games and absorbed A, the idea of Samus as a strong, independent woman, and B, the idea that strong, independent woman must automatically mean pathologically emotionless, man-hating Ice Queen. But ask yourself, where exactly did we get that idea?
You're making a lot of presumptions. You know, it's really ironic that Bob hates Bob hates the Metroid Prime series so much, and he probably thought that leaving the Prime series behind and going back to classic, well, Other M wasn't really like a classic Metroid game, but like just leaving the first person Metroid Prime series behind would be like the beginning of Metroid returning to form in Bob's eyes. When the opposite happened, there was like one game, literally one game in the one mainline game in between like the 20-year gap between Metroid 3 and Metroid 4. And that was Metroid Dread. The Metroid games the Metroid franchise basically fucking died. It went into hibernation after Other M. Other M was actually like terrible. It was actually cataclysmic for the franchise.
Because I gotta tell you, it wasn't from the games. Coming as she does from the NES era of Game Heroes, Samus has never really had much in the way of characterization. We know she's a woman largely because it was the big surprise at the end of the first game, and we get the sense that she's a loner because the Metroids are all about solitary exploration and we seldom see her with any friends. We know some background details about Ridley and Chozos and such from the later games, and some details from semi-canonical strategy guides and old Nintendo Power comics where she had a purple buzz cut for some reason, but other than that, nothing. Remember that often abused word we talked about? Stoic? Yeah, that word gets used a lot now to describe what Samus supposedly used to be in every Metroid before Other M. And, well, let me be blunt. No, she wasn't. Stoicism is only a virtue or a character trait if it's not your only possible reaction, i.e. even though a statue is unyielding, that doesn't make it stoic. It makes it a statue. And like a lot of characters who originated in the 8-bit
That
days,
argument doesn't make any sense at all. What?
Other than that, nothing. Remember that often abused word we talked about? Stoic? Yeah, that word gets used a lot now to describe what Samus supposedly used to be in every Metroid before Other M. And, well, let me be blunt. No, she wasn't. Stoicism is only a virtue or a character trait if it's not your only possible reaction, i.e. even though a statue is unyielding, that doesn't make it stoic. It makes it a statue.
But Samus isn't a statue. Like Samus is fictional character, but Samus is still a person. In her first reactions in like all of her games up until Other M really have been like stoic, like cold-blooded. Like there's an entire manga that's about Samus's backstory. Like the manga begins with like her whole family being basically murdered. Like her family in a hometown that she grew up in, they were basically everybody got killed by Ridley and his pirates and shit. And she was an orphan, and she was basically raised by the Chozos, like some kid who was adopted by Shaolin monks and shit, right? So she's basically Space Batman. She has Space Batman's backstory where she watched her parents die in front of her. So yeah, she's female Space Batman. So yeah, she is a stoic character.
And like a lot of characters who originated in the 8-bit days, Samus basically started out for a long time, remained just that, a moving statue, because she had next to nothing in the way of actual characterization. She wasn't stoic, she was robotic. That's not a bad thing, it's just how she was. What does she do for fun? What's her favorite color? Movie, book, food, dog person, cat person, guinea pig perhaps? Does she date? Is she straight, gay? Do those distinctions exist in this?
See, this is such a leftist fucking worldview, because he thinks that any of this shit actually amounts to a personality. None of these things have anything to do with your personality. These are just things that you like. Liking gerbils or hamsters or whatever, that's not a personality. Being straight or gay or dating a lot is not a personality. Those are like hobbies or things you like. Like your personality, how you think, how you act and shit, that doesn't come down to just worldly, consumer, materialistic shit.
future? Is it a big old interspecies free-for-all like Mass Effect or Lex? We don't know any of this. Hell, before Other M, we probably knew actually more concrete details about the fucking
Like,
master.
what's her favorite color? Like, nigga, that's not a personality. Liking purple or pink or red more is not a personality.
Chief. Even Wario has a more readily identifiable personality, yet somehow gaming culture managed to collectively form a consensus characterization that seemed so strong that when Other M even slightly contradicted it, we threw a conniption, even though it was only contradicting what we thought we knew. This is called projection. In the absence of characterization, we filled in our own. And because the sole unique feature we had to go on was that Samus was a woman starring in an action game, the filling was all about identity politics and gender assumptions. Most video game women wear revealing gender-specific uniforms. Samus doesn't. Therefore, she must reject her own femininity. Sure, makes sense, I guess. These are single-player games, so she must be an anti-social.
This is actually a very, like, trad conservative arguments that he's making in defense of Samus's characterization in Other M. He hated first person shooters, and like he loved the idea of Metroid abandoning him so much that he pretty much abandoned almost all of his usual progressive beliefs just so he could like run that good deed for this game.
Loner.
And he never brings up once that maybe the problem people had is just that the game wasn't well written. Maybe it's not the problem. Maybe the problem with people had with Samus's relationship with Adam just came down to the fact that the game wasn't written very well. He never considers that.
Sure, why not? She's strong, therefore she must be cold and emotionally distant. You get the idea. You know, come to think of it, it's almost as though she kind of reminded us of a heroine from some other similar story, and we assumed they were exactly the same. I wonder where we got that from. So, yeah, basically this supposed betrayal of character in Other M, this selling out of Samus Aran, it's all in your head, for the most part. And frankly, I think it reveals some troubling things about the way some supposedly enlightened gamers and game commentators really think about gender. In Other M, we find out that Samus has doubts, phobias, long-standing issues, and even though she's a total badass who fights aliens for a living, she's still full of insecurities and even weaknesses, especially about personal relationships and past tragedy. In other words, we find out that she's a three-dimensional character. And this is a bad thing? This makes her less worthy, both as a character and a feminist icon? Really? So, there's only two
Feminist
choices
icon.
for women characters?
Feminist
As
icon.
a character and a feminist icon? Really? So,
Since when was she a feminist icon? Because she's like a female character in a game? See, that's a presumption on your part. That's a presumption on your part, Bob. I don't ever remember Samus being a feminist. She probably is, honestly, because there's this thing about like feminists is that they'll take a popular female character and they'll just like say that she's a fucking, you know what? No, I actually do remember some shit from Anita Sarkeesian. She probably did say some dumb shit like that. This Samus was a feminist icon because I don't know. I guess she was a female character who didn't get rescued, like Laura Croft or whatever.
there's only two choices for women characters? Huh? Barefoot in the Kitchen or the Terminatrix? That ain't what progress was supposed to.
Now that I think about it, a lot of the arguments he's making in these videos are very similar to the arguments I heard about people defending the new Laura Croft's personality after the reboot, right? And how she was so unlike the OG Laura. Because, like, OG Laura Croft, number one, written by a woman. Well, was she written by a woman? No, she was written mainly by a man. Well, there was a woman on the team. It was a very small development team for Laura. Hold on, let me see. I could actually look it up right now. Laura Croft. No, not Laura Croft. What the fuck? Tomb Raider 2 level designer. It was a woman. It was actually a woman who was one of the main people who worked on this. There it is. Heather Gibson. No, not her. What the fuck? Heather Gibson, Tomb Raider. Yeah, she actually, here's how unknown. She's one of those people. She doesn't even have like a picture for her Wikipedia page. But no, she did work. She did used to work on the OG, on the first two Tomb Raider games. She was a very big part of the team there. And she ended up quitting, right? She made a few games after she left the studio that made the original Tomb Raider games. And she ended up retiring. She ended up retiring because she wanted to start a family and shit. She even voiced Laura Croft in the first few games. because they didn't have like professional voice actresses yet and shit. Is, you know, it's like
to look like, fellas. I also wonder if there's a
people always try and say that we only got like women in game development very recently. That is not true at all.
sort of bizarre jealousy thing going on here, as though gamers are going, "Hey Malkovich, stop ordering the lady around and telling her where to go and when to shoot. That's my job. Hands off." But you know what I really want to know? Prior to Other M, the closest thing we got to character definition for this woman was the end of Metroid 2, when she couldn't bring herself to kill the last Metroid because it was a newborn who thought she was its mother, and the beginning of Super Metroid, when the existence of this last Metroid baby brought Ridley, Mother Brain, etc. back into the fray, kicked off the events of the game, endangered the whole universe, and presumably got a shitload of people hurt or killed. Okay, so if you extrapolate out from that in the same way people are doing with Other M and the authorization controversy, according to the second and third Metroid games, all women, even tough-as-nails bounty hunters, are total slaves to their biological clock and will lose all sense of duty, objectivity, and reason when the chance comes to play mommy. Yes? Makes as much sense as the authorization thing, right? So why does that pass without comment, but the whole thing is now ruined forever?
These are terrible arguments. He's been like this forever. Like, he's literally never not been like this. But here's the thing. He kept it to, y'all don't understand. Well, a lot of you guys probably do understand, because I know that, like, my audience skews, like, late 20s to 30s to early 40s. So a lot of you guys actually probably do know, back in the day, content creators, especially dudes in like this gaming commentary, gaming historian, gaming whatever sphere, it was very, very slim, right? There weren't a lot of pickings. You had AVGN and you had a bunch of clones of them, and that was basically it, right? And then, you know, you would get your Matt Pats and your John, but, you know, generally speaking, pickings were slim. So here comes movie fucking Bob over here with his verbosity and his big IQ and big 4-letter words and all that shit and constant run-on sentences. And everybody just thought, oh shit, Bob is a fucking genius. He's the game overthinker. He's one of the dudes who actually takes the medium seriously and shit. So then he comes out and he starts making videos like this. It was around this time, right? Like way before he even made those Gamergate videos and all that shit, that people started cluing in, wait, does this motherfucker not know what he's talking about? For me, that was the worst person. The worst person game overthinker video, that was when I realized this guy is retarded. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, dumb, young, old me, I still kept watching his videos after that. Because, yeah, it's like, again, pickings were slim, so if you're watching this sort of content, if you're watching like Screw Attack and Screw Attack affiliated niggas, you don't have a whole lot of people to choose from when after you've watched all the angry video game videos. So, you know. Prometeo Trevino, thanks for the $2, buddy. He brings up valid personality traits and said, nah, yeah, exactly. Like, that's good characterization. It's actually amazing characterization. You consider like the era and the hardware limitations and all that shit. It did it without, they told us a story. They told us about Samus's character and like who she is without even having her speak a word, right? It's like you have this thing, you've been killing these aliens and all this shit, and now you got this little alien baby shows up. It doesn't really like pose a threat to you, and it thinks it's your mom. It thinks you're its mom. So, you know, you can't bring yourself to kill it because, okay, Samus isn't that person. Samus won't just kill. It's like, I don't know, it's like killing a baby coyote. You're not just gonna kill an animal that can't even fight back or defend itself or threatens you. Like killing a baby bear or something like that. You would at least like capture it and bring it to like a conservatory or a zoo or something like that. And it's like he's shitting on that. He's shitting on good characterization to defend the bad characterization of Other M. Just like the people who are running that good D right now for this millennial soy jack personified nigga in Metroid Prime. So, you know, we're just going to move on. We're going to move on to this video. This is a video he made many episodes later. It's called Heavens to Metroid. And this video is basically him trying to defend his shitty take that he made before in the OG video because so many people got on him because of it.
See if I've got this straight.
Oh, this is also after the time. See, so this is at the point now. This video was made at the time when he started doing all his skits and he started doing the whole game overthinker verse, right? He had the multitude, the myriad thinkers and all that shit. The retro thinker, the pyro thinker, cryo thinker, you know, all that shit, right? This is when this all, well, this isn't where it begins, but this is where, you know, it was a thing at this point. So we're gonna have to, if you're wondering why the older videos were like 10 minutes and why this one is almost 20, is because he pads out time. He started padding out time with these skits, basically. Bob realized, okay, I gotta make like a 10-minute overthinker video each week. I can't just keep coming up with bullshit to say. So what he would do, he would pick a topic, he would say like 5 to 6 minutes of something, and then he would pad out the other 5 to 10 minutes with some gay skit that nobody liked to watch. Because doing this sort of thing was just the wave back then. Literally everybody did this.
All right, sir. Let me see if I've got this straight.
Ivan, do you really not have this straight, or are you asking on behalf of the audience?
Does it matter?
Who still watches Bob? Well, let's see. Let's see. Gonna go to his channel and let's see. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not terrible for a guy who like posts one video a week, right? These aren't terrible views. It's not really a thriving channel. It's not a booming channel. But we've seen channels that are deader than this. I would say that Bob's channel, healthier than Review Tech USA's right now.
No.
The game store arsonist is actually a ninja with the power to manipulate and control fire.
Uh-huh.
And he calls himself Pyro Thinker.
Uh-huh.
Who has a brother named Cryo Thinker, who is also a ninja with the same basic power, except over ice.
Well, technically, I assume he only has power over water, but that he chooses to use it in ice form because that's the easiest to weaponize. But basically, yeah.
And they've been destroying arcades and video game stores and calling themselves Thinker as part of some needlessly elaborate plan to draw you into a fight and then kill you.
Yes, Bob stopped talking about games. Movie Bob decided to like actually just become Movie Bob because that made him more money. And honestly, he's been tapped out of gaming culture for a minute, unless it has something to do with Nintendo, right? He'll come back and he'll say some shit about Nintendo or whatever, or something about greater gamer culture. But generally speaking, he's kind of tapped out of talking about video games. He talks about politics more than he talks about video games now, but mostly on social media.
Yep. That seems to be the case.
Isn't he also a wannabe intellectual? He's always been a wannabe intellectual.
Man, back in episode 47.
Bingo.
And they, like their father, are sentient piles of straw.
Uh-huh.
So, how exactly are they ninjas?
Oh, well, they get that from their mother's side, of course.
Oh, of course. Wait, what?
Well, as it turns out, back in the late 90s, Strawman actually had an affair with one of the lady ninjas from Mortal Kombat.
Wow, which one?
The fuck should I know? It's a black and white photo.
Still, how do you find this out?
Find out? It was on his resume. Fathering 2 half-ninja
Okay, so we're just gonna skip. We're just gonna skip to the commentary. We're just gonna skip to the commentary, guys. I'm sorry for put you guys through that. We're just gonna skip to the commentary now.
Just a hair over 1 year ago, I dedicated this show's 40th episode to offering what turned out to be a largely contrarian analysis of the now infamous title Metroid Other M. And while a lot of crazy stuff has happened here since then,
I'm glad he admits that it was just contrarian. It was just him trying to be the contrarian in a room.
new friends, new enemies, interdimensional wormholes flooding the real world with video game characters, this episode remains by far the most controversial and talked about thing that I ever put out. To date, episode 40, Heavens to Metroid, has generated columns, blogs, response articles, response videos, and piles upon piles upon piles of email. Some of it positive, most of it negative, and to be perfectly frank, most of that seeming either to miss or intentionally mischaracterize my point. If nothing else, the whole experience served to teach me what I now consider to be the #1 rule of internet survival. If the internet, especially internet gaming culture, has already made up its mind about something, and you're gonna dare to offer a dissenting opinion, you'd better be prepared to reap the shitstorm. The #2 rule, incidentally, seems to be don't do a Let's Play of Bart's Nightmare. Yikes. All right, so before I go any further here, it's time for some logical inoculation. No, I am not saying you are wrong if you didn't like the game. I liked it, other people didn't, neither of us are objectively correct or incorrect. I am not revisiting this in order to talk about whether or not the control scheme worked, or if it should or shouldn't be considered Metroid canon, or anything else like that, because all those arguments have already been had, and nobody fucking cares anymore. Furthermore, the stuff I do want to talk about here all has to do with the subject of actual narrative versus the individual player's interpretation of the narrative. I have my interpretation, you will have yours, they may differ. What I'd like to make note of is that I am very much aware that anything I have to say is my opinion and only my opinion, and I have faith, perhaps.
It takes him so fucking long to just get to the point. Like, it's exhaustive. Like, I don't even think that he's purposely trying to pad it out for length. This is just how he writes. It's just always how he's always written. Even when he's like writing in written form. Even when he doesn't like have like a time length he has to work towards. He still writes like this.
Erroneously, that most people watching this show are smart enough to know that as well, and that just because I don't plan to preface every single statement with the words...
No, he's not adding an accent. That's like his actual... Well... the thing is, Bob has like a very heavy Boston accent, and it's very annoying. People thought it was charming at one point when he was like dipping into it, but then he started doing it too much and people got annoyed and shit. So he had to like, I don't know, he had to calm it down or tone it down or whatever. It was weird. I don't know whether he's like code switching the Boston accent or whether like that's how he actually talks when he's not making videos. I never really knew.
In my opinion, like some kind of debate-specific Tourette's tick, does not mean I'm trying to pass my opinion off as fact, or whatever else some of you are already jotting down as the thesis of your righteously offended takedown response to this episode. I have never pretended that this show is anything other than an opinion show with the occasional interstitial slapstick sketch, and this one won't be any different. We cool? Good. Okay, so first things first. 1 year later, how do I feel about the game itself? Overall, I think it was pretty great. I really liked the old-school throwback aspect of the controls and the visuals. I never had a problem with the perspective switching that others did, and honestly, I really liked the broad strokes of the story. As for how that story was presented, well, that's kind of the whole problem now, isn't it? A year later, I remain more convinced than ever that all of Other M's problems, both the actual full-blown problems and the in-quotations problems that I think many people imagine are present, come down to a series of fumbles in the area of narrative execution, mostly born out of Nintendo's notoriously internalized development style being demonstrably unfamiliar with the type of character-driven gaming narrative they were attempting to make. The fact is, the moment Sakamoto and company decided they were going to set about giving Samus Aran a voice and a personality, they were setting themselves up for a certain amount of backlash. Characters created in the Golden Age largely had the advantage of being effectively silent protagonists whom the player could project upon, meaning that there's always going to be a lot of people for whom the modern voice and personality a character is given won't line up with what they imagine. I understand. As much as I like Charles Martinet's performance as Mario, to me, Mario will always sound like he did on the Super Mario Bros. Super Show or the Super Mario Bros. 3 cartoon. And it's not like Nintendo isn't aware of this. It seems as though Link and Zelda get entirely new scenarios and origins in every other game for precisely this reason, so they can safely say, well, of course Twilight Princess Link doesn't feel like Link to the Past Link to you. It's two different guys, really. Of course, there's also the more basic problem of technical execution. Other M has some pretty iffy story beats, but not that many more than most other games of a similar disposition. What exacerbates them is the actual execution of the scripted dialogue and voice acting is pretty damn terrible in a manner that screams A, bad Japanese to English and studio-to-studio translation, and B, no one considered finding a way to iron that out to be a big priority, given that for all their commitments to...
He can't just say that the script was bad. Like, that's the thing. He can't even just say it was mediocre, right? He has to keep putting it on. He has to keep saying, well, it was a localization issue. Well, it was a cultural difference. Well, you know, doing this thing where you try and take a character who was silent before and actually give them a voice and personality, you know, that could be a problem. Well, you know, just 1,000 excuses besides, well, maybe the game just was mid. Maybe it was just a mid game. Maybe there's a reason why, like, why the franchise kind of died, kind of went dormant for almost 20 years. Again, this is back in the past. So, you know, I'm speaking with the power of hindsight a little bit here. But at the same time, it's like Zelda had a character. Zelda has had like a character and I guess technically a voice for like longer than Samus did. Like even before Breath of the Wild, when she was like full on, just became a full on character. Well, I guess it was really Wind Waker if you really want to think about it. But, you know, you guys get what I'm saying. Like, these are all excuses.
Technical innovation, it's well known that Nintendo still prefers to approach game design from a pre-2000 perspective where narrative was a distant second concern to gameplay. This isn't exactly surprising, though you'd think there'd be someone in quality control who'd mention that Japanese and English have different sentence structures, or that Samus's voice actress sounds like she's saying her lines with fewer emotional inflections than that chick from Small Wonder. Yeah, but you thought you were the only person on Earth who remembered that show, huh? That's why people come here. What other gaming show is going to give you a Small Wonder reference?
Is it really why people... Well, maybe it was why people came there. There probably are a lot of people. I've realized this. I've learned this recently, is that there are like these whole... I don't know, it's almost like when you discover a species you thought went extinct centuries ago, and like you discover it like at the bottom of the ocean. I know I've found like some of these YouTubers who are still making content in the style that was like going out of style in like the early 10s. They're still doing that. Like there's this whole dude, I don't know, his name is Jack something, and he still makes these critic style videos the way that everybody the nostalgia critic and that guy with the glasses people were doing back in the day, back when something awesome, no, like Channel Awesome was still like a thing and all that shit. He still makes videos in that style, including the long ass skits that really have nothing to do with the video. So I don't doubt that there are people who do come to Bob just so they can like feel that tinge of nostalgia. They're just stuck in the 80s or 90s or whatever.
None. That's what. Speaking of stuff you can't get on any other gaming show, I wonder how Ivan is making out.
Wow, that is some fascinating new insight into Cryothinker and Pyrothinker's DNA profile. Wow!
We're gonna skip that. We're just gonna skip that. It wasn't even that
Hey,
long, but we're still going to
But enough beating around the bush. The real reason Other M caught so much flack was because many folks felt that certain elements of the narrative gameplay interface served to undermine Samus's vaunted position as an atypically strong and independent female game hero, and the reason I caught so much flack was for disagreeing with that argument, or at least the premise from whence it came. I'm not looking to rehash the whole thing. The main points of contention are that she neglects to turn on her various weapons and armor functions until authorized to do so by her one-time commanding officer Adam, and that at one point she freezes up when confronting Ridley. Let's get that second one out of the way first, because frankly, to me, it's the sillier of the two arguments. In the scene in question, Ridley, who's supposed to be dead and whose presence no one has really hinted at yet, shows up and Samus is caught off guard by it. She stands frozen, flashing back to her first encounter with Ridley as a child when she killed her family, allowing a comrade to seemingly be killed by the creature in the process. The problem people are having is that it seems out of character for Samus to be standing there freaking out for such a long time because she's already killed Ridley a whole bunch of times before this, and having her do so weakens her standing as a take-no-prisoners badass that once made her so unique among video game heroines. Now, there have been a lot of different analysis of this particular...
You know what this reminds me of? Now that I think about it, this is the first thing, I've just now had this thought for the first time. This reminds me of like how every fucking animated movie now needs to have some scene about somebody with trauma having a fucking panic attack when something happens, right? They have to have like a realistic trauma attack or panic attack or something, and something like that. They start like flashing back to their past. This reminds me of that, and I hate it as much in this fucking game as I do in all those movies. Even like Puss in Boots: The Other Wish, a movie that I actually like, a movie that I actually enjoyed. I watched it with like the nephews a couple months ago. Even then, that was a movie that it was annoying when I saw it there. All these fucking panic attacks, and I'm just, oh, the trauma is coming to me. I can't do anything now.
moment, including some...
And she's supposed to be a fucking bounty hunter. Like, this happened with... I understand that, okay, this nigga, like, killed her whole family when she was a child and shit, but she's a grown-ass woman. She's a grown-ass woman. She's a military veteran. She's a bounty hunter. She's killed, like, a bajillion things. She ninja flips over shit and shoots niggas in the face, unlike the regular. She should be over this by now. At least she shouldn't just freak out like that. Goddamn.
Extremely detailed explanations of how the scene could be read as a fairly accurate representation of post-traumatic stress disorder, and my own original contention that you can't really have an incorrect characterization of a character that previously had next to no characterization. But looking at it again, I now think there's a far simpler defense to offer. Yes, it would be pretty dumb for Samus to stand there like a statue for several minutes while all this happens just because Ridley is back again. Fortunately, that's not really what seems to be happening. See, in filmmaking, and since this is a cutscene in a highly cinematic game, filmmaking rules definitely count, there's such a thing as compression and expansion of time, i.e. instances where various visual cues are used to imply something occurring on screen is actually happening much faster or slower than we're seeing it. In the scene in question, unless Space Armor has an unnamed randomly turn me into a toddler option, the use of a visualized flashback is a fairly good indicator that what we're seeing is an expression of how long the moment feels to the character, as opposed to how long it actually takes to happen. The other indicator of this is that Ridley and the various atmospheric effects are clearly moving at a slightly slower speed, and the scene's focused around Samus, while Adam's view screen and Anthony himself
just analyzing the frames and like the scene and shit. He went back to the scene. He probably looked at the cutscenes and he like analyzed it frame by frame like a film student, which he is he? Actually, I never thought about that. Is Movie Bob like, I mean, I know he's a film buff, but was he a film student? Because there's this thing I realized, this is a thing that's also true for Mundane Matt, is that he's a film student. Mundane Matt actually did go to film school, and you got tons of these dudes on YouTube, just all these guys who went to film school and they studied all these movies, and they have like entire shelves filled with all these classic auteur films and shit. And not only do they have like above average taste in their shit at making films, right? Just filled with guys like this. So he might actually be a film student. I would expect this is a type of quality I would expect from like a film student turned YouTuber, to be honest. But no, he like analyzed these cutscenes frame by frame just so he can tell us in this video how everything is wrong and shit. And Mordock, did Bob ever grow as a content creator, or is he stuck in his Channel Awesome mindset? Movie Bob isn't from the Channel Awesome tribe. He's from the Screw Attack tribe. Stuttering Craig gave a lot of people their first shot. Stuttering Craig, unironically, gave a lot of niggas careers. He gave a lot of people careers who we probably would have been better off if they never got careers, like Movie Bob. Movie Bob is a stuttering Craig-induced disease.
Perceive things moving naturally. I don't expect that to be a satisfactory answer to those who don't want to see this particular character show any fear or apprehension at all, but I do think the fact that this is not supposed to imply person inexplicably standing still forever is an important distinction, at least in my opinion. But that's the lesser of the two issues. The big one, the one that I'm inclined to view as both the biggest failure of presentation on the game's part, but also the biggest instance of overreaction on the fans' part, surrounds the character of Adam Malkovich. So let's talk about that. If you're not intimately familiar with the Metroid games, you're probably not watching this, but just in case, the games are built around the idea of an open world design with certain areas only accessible once you've acquired a certain weapon or armor upgrade. In most Metroid games and most games of the same style period, the question of why don't you already have all the weapons you need is typically hand-waved with an explanation about a ship crash or leftovers from a previous mission. Other M opts to try for a different story-based solution to the same setup. Samus has agreed to follow the orders of her former commanding officer and wait for a certain higher-level weapon and armor function to be authorized. Silly? Yes. Especially the now infamous sequence where you have to go halfway through a fire level before Adam informs you it's okay to turn on your armor. Sillier than just happen to find fireproof armor halfway through a fire level? No, I don't think so. See, one of the reasons why so few video games are praised for the execution of
It was really bad. It was a really bad example of trying to tie like a gameplay thing to a narrative thing. And it would be more forgivable. It would be more forgivable if it was like, well, they did the gameplay thing first and then they tied it to the story. But the way that Sakamoto seems to like describe the development of the game, we're led to believe that it was the opposite, that they like wrote this into the story first and then they like designed that part of the game around it, which if that is the case, that's like really retarded. Yeah, I'm dying. I'm literally dying. Adam, can you please give me permission to not die? I would really appreciate that, bro.
their stories is that the vast majority of games for the vast majority of gaming history were mostly crafted after the fact in a story sense. The graphical design and the play mechanics were set down first, and the story, if there even was one, was drawn up as a way to explain why the mechanics were.
It'd be like if like Goku was fighting Vegeta for the first time and he had to like call King Kai and ask him for permission to use Kaioken.
Or what they were. For example, the basic mechanics of Mega Man are a platformer with non-linear level selection where the order in which levels are defeated can make future levels easier or more difficult. The story about Dr. Wily turning industrial robots evil and Rock being converted into an adaptive combat robot
It'd be like Batman having to call Alfred and ask him for permission I mean, this is like a bad comparison, but it'd be like Batman, let's say Alfred has control over the Batmobile. He has to call Alfred every time whenever he needs like the Batmobile or whatever the fuck, and he's like in a chase sequence or something. It's dumb.
Them is there to explain why the level and weapon system work the way they do. When you stop to think about it, the actual story of most games, especially games and series originating in the era that Metroid did, don't make any real narrative sense for this very reason. Breaking up the Triforce of Wisdom into 8 pieces and hiding each one in a dungeon that seems to be controlled by monsters working for the bad guy you're hiding it from makes no sense. Sending exactly 2 guys to kill aliens that seem to be localized on one island you could probably just nuke makes no sense. Why are there chests full of armor that perfectly fits Arthur all over areas controlled by the villains? Dumb, 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 and that goes double for the various narrative contortions the Metroid series continually finds to send Samus running through caves inexplicably stocked with various suit-compatible weaponry.
I mean, you really can't compare, because I've actually been playing a lot of retro video games recently, and the thing about it is most of these games are 100% products of their time, and they really haven't, vast majority of them haven't aged very well, right? With a few exceptions. Like I would say like Super Mario Brothers 3, that actually is a game. You know, the game that Bob just considers the Mona Lisa, the second Mona Lisa made by Shigeru Miyamoto's hands. Super Mario Brothers 3. That actually is an example of a super old game that has aged actually pretty well. But most of them, like, they haven't aged well, not even like gameplay wise. They haven't aged well. So like you trying to compare like the storytelling aspects of these games to like a game that was made, when did Other M come out actually? When was it? 2008? Came out 2010. Comparing a game like that to a game that came out 30 years later, that's kind of, well, like 20, 25 years later. It's kind of disingenuous, Bob.
I mean, if we had to encounter most classic video game characters and scenarios in fleshed out 3 dimensions, they'd all look ridiculous, if not completely insane. So why did the silly authorization mechanic in Other M bug people so much, while the just as silly weapons hidden in floating bricks mechanic in Super Mario Brothers never bother anyone? For me, it has to do with abstraction. See, part of the reason we can accept everything from improper physics to nonsensical character behavior in retro games and new games that affect a retro flavor is that the design—
Oh no, some retro games actually have like aged very well, right? Like Legend of Zelda. Well, no, Legend of Zelda 1. The OG Legend of Zelda, what was the one? Link to the Past and like the Super Nintendo. That actually is a retro game that has aged amazingly, in my opinion. The OG Legend of Zelda is actually kind of ass, and it's kind of impossible. Even the OG Super Mario Brothers, just like, and this is something like I didn't think that of all the games I would ever play, Super Mario Brothers 1 would be a game I needed to like look up a guide or go on YouTube to look some shit up in. but there's like a specific part, like twice, or no, I think it's 3 times maybe, where like you're in like one of the end stage levels to go and fight Bowser. And it's like, if you don't go down the path in a certain way, then you get lost and it just goes on forever. Like you have to like go through the path in a certain way or else you'll be stuck in a loop. And that would be annoying. But also those games worked off fucking time limits. So you're over here wasting your time. Like, oh shit, how do I get out of here? I'm stuck in a loop and you end up dying because the time goes out. And so I had to look up a guide just to see how I get through this bitch. And it's really fucking annoying on the last level of the game. Like, you gotta go through it a certain way. You gotta jump down this. You gotta jump down that. You gotta go down a pipe. And then there's like a fucking swimming level you gotta get through and shit. It's ridiculous. And also the game had game overs. And if you get a game over, you gotta go all the way back to the beginning of the game. It's terrible. Like, a lot of these old games did not age well.
Non-real way in which they were presented, i.e. pixel art, limited colors, and on-screen text instead of spoken dialogue, gave the whole scenario of an air of defined, consistent unreality. We were given to understand that what
Yes, Klonoa is peak.
we were seeing was an abstract representation of a bigger story told in the format of an electronic game. The Space Invaders were probably not really attacking in that oddly and ineffective formation. The real thing probably looked more like ID4. Princess Peach doesn't act like any human being you've ever met because she's not human. She's a digital cartoon in a video game with unblinking pixelated eyes and white text instead of a voice. Part of the reason why so many modern games are substantially less visually or narratively bizarre as older titles is precisely because the more detailed stories and human-like characters they're aiming to present demand a vastly less abstract narrative mechanic. Much as I might enjoy it, seeing defeated enemies in Call of Duty dropping gold coins or first aid kits would break some of the immersion the games are supposedly striving for. It's my contention ultimately that this is what caused all that dissonance for Other M. Having the exact same story and narrative mechanic used in an older 8 or 16-bit Metroid game with Samus and Adam as stone-faced pixel sprites conversing in text boxes that the player was free to imagine in any tone they wished, I think the whole thing would have gone over with little more than an eye roll. Yes, even the fireproof suit part, save for maybe some webcomics making years later jokes about how in a certain light these two characters seem to have a weird relationship going on. But instead, Other M opts to have its SNES era narrative structure driving a current-gen game where the characters have voices, physical presence, and expressive.
Yes, Bob is actually throwing fucking classic Mario games under the bus. He's throwing Mario under the bus. He's throwing feminism under the bus. He's throwing a lot of his progressive speaking points under the bus just so he can simp for Metroid Other M. I really don't understand why he loved this game so much. It really wasn't that good. I don't think it was terrible. It wasn't good enough for him to simp like this.
Evasive. So it just looks weird. And even though it's borderline preposterous to suggest that Yoshio Sakamoto, Nintendo, and Team Ninja set out to make Samus Aran look like a submissive, codependent train wreck, that's the unintended implication of how badly flubbed the narrative integration played out. They probably didn't mean for it to feel that way. It's pretty obvious that this was simply a matter of a designer and an IP holder refusing to acknowledge that new graphical rules has to mean new storytelling rules too, but that's how it played out for a lot of people. Holy crap, is whatever they wanted me to kill even still here? Hopefully Ivan is having more productive experience at the police station.
Ivan likes donuts. Ivan likes donuts. Ivan likes donuts. Ivan likes donuts.
One more thing I'd like to touch on before.
Like, I understand, like, you gotta understand, Bob, when people like Bob, right, when they were writing these scripts and they were doing these skits, they were writing these not for like little kids. These weren't like videos for like 8 or 9-year-olds. These were Bob. He's speaking with all this verboseness, right? All this verbosity. But then like he goes back to the skit, and it's something for a 10-year-old. This dissonance. He just used the word dissonance. That was dissonance right there, Bob. Right? It's like, who's the target audience? Because the target audience, when you're like narrating and shit, it sounds like it's for people in their 20s and 30s and whatever the fuck. But then we go back to the skit. Nobody would enjoy his overthinker shit except for somebody who's 13 or younger. Honestly, the average 13-year-old has probably developed a more complicated palate, a more complex palate. They have more distinguished taste than that.
Before we call this one a day. In the original episode, I responded to some of the dime store cultural criticisms of the game that tried to pin the perceived misogyny on broader gender issues at work in Japanese society by using the blanket term Japanophobia. And while that may have seemed harsh,
yeah, old school YouTube humor, it really was. Like, you wonder how is it that Fred managed to basically conquer the whole website back in the day? And it was because standards were really, really, really fucking low. There were like very few YouTubers who were genuinely good at their job, right? Or who were genuinely good at like being funny in a non-cringy way.
no reason not to stand by it. As I mentioned a moment ago, it's pretty clear to me that what many perceived as either misogyny or a troubling view of relationship power dynamics in the story was obviously the result of an awkwardly integrated mechanic as opposed to some sinister anti-woman agenda on the part of the designers. And I'm sorry, but going directly from accusing Sakamoto etc. of such things with an obvious lack of hard evidence to painting his entire race and culture in similarly wicked terms is unconscionable and yes, pretty damn close to outright racism. Yeah, I said it. I am sick to fucking death of seeing random sensationalist articles and pictures of squicky advertising trotted out on the web for quick rounds of Japan is so weird and wrong on the forums. I'm sorry, but while it's perfectly valid to suggest that other M's central relationship can be read with unfortunate implications, however unintended, jumping directly from that to arguing, well, of course the game hates women. It's Japanese. Their whole culture hates and degrades women. I know because I saw an article about panty vending machines online that one time, is bullshit. And gamers who are allegedly so high-minded as to be offended on behalf of Samus should know better. It's one thing to have a problem with other M's execution of its own story, but to suggest that it has to be intentionally sexist because you know Japan is like that is like if an action game was made in Saudi Arabia and someone said, dude, you know it's gonna have great explosions because Arabs all know everything about bombs. Yeah, that's how ignorant and ugly you look propping up the Japan hates women.
See, that was actually funny. Bob meant for that to be like a dunk against a certain type of person, but he accidentally was like the funniest in this video without even meaning to be.
Argument vis-a-vis this particular game. And so, yeah, other M, solid game, old school narrative mechanic didn't fuse well with modern storytelling techniques at all, and as a result you get an awkward story that can be read in a very unfortunate way, though I maintain that most of what people do read into it was never intended to be there. And that
one of the things, right? I should have had this up. I should have had this video up, that video about, you know what, fuck it, we could watch it in a minute.
That's all I've got left to say on the matter, 1 year later.
All right, and the rest of it is fucking skit shit, right? So, we're gonna skip that for a minute, and actually, give me a second. Gonna put Sephiroth on the screen. I need to do something real quick. All right. Okay, all right, we're back, and we're gonna watch this real quick, right? Because I didn't have it pulled up before, and I don't know why. Because this is almost like, I feel like this is mandatory viewing. If you're ever going to watch anything about Movie Bob, and you want to know what he's about, and you want to know why he is the way he is, you gotta watch this video. This is a very important video. This is probably, out of every single video that we've watched that has ever been published, that Bob has ever published, and he's published a lot. He's published a lot of content. This channel alone, over 1,000 different uploads across literally 2 decades. Like, Bob is an OG YouTuber. He's been making content on like the internet longer than a lot of people have been. Well, actually no, longer than like a lot of people have been alive. Bob's YouTube career is older than all of Gen Alpha, like twice as old almost. And this video right here is the single most important video to watch to know about why he is the way he is, where he tells us why Magneto was right. He tells on himself a lot in this video. Wait, oh shit, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't even have it on, I'm sorry. Here we go. All right. Don't worry, I didn't play it yet, so it doesn't matter. Oh shit. They gotta do all this explaining and shit to tell you why this old-ass content is being uploaded here. Hold up. Memo from the present. Title was a reference to a quote from a then current X-Men comic storyline, not an actual endorsement of ideology. Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, guy. I don't know about that, man.
So, as a kid, I was bullied.
Hold up. First off, starting off strong. Let me bump the volume up a little bit.
So, as a kid, I was bullied. Most severely in grade school, but still plenty in high school, just not as physically because I suddenly turned into one of the tallest in my class. I didn't react to it too well, even to the point of occasionally becoming a genuine scumbag myself in projection, something I regret.
Okay, so right away, starting off very strong, right? First 20 seconds, we started off some heat. So Bob was bullied, which we knew, right? He confesses to this, but also he tells us that the result of his bullying was like he became a piece of shit, right? Like he's one of those people. There's this one thing that I think it was from Jordan Peterson. I know people, you're quoting the schizo lobster man. Well, look, he said some like pretty I don't know, somewhat intelligent things, right? He says something about like how the weak man isn't really righteous because he has no choice but to be righteous. And that's the case with Bob. Bob was like, he was, when he was a victim, he was just a meek little boy. Once he became tall, once he became the big man, he started acting just like the people who used to haze him when he was just a short, fat fuck.
To this very day. To say that I'm not over it would be an understatement.
Oh,
I don't think
know.
there's an aspect of my existence or psychology that isn't colored in some way by a lingering desire to somehow get back not only at all those who were cruel to me, but at the whole overriding social system that allowed it to happen in the first place, which I acknowledge is both sad and the worst possible way to deal with something like this. But
and yet he is the way he is right now. He is the way he is today. He says the things he says. You can go on Blue Sky and you can see, you can like look at his old posts on Twitter that have been archived, and you can see that no, he didn't change. He never like self-reflected on that. He internalized it actually.
Whatever. Basically, planet Earth, you'd better hope I don't run out of bad movies to take this all out on. The insidious thing about bullying is, most of the time, it's inexplicable. You don't know why it's happening to you, or at least what the logic chain is behind the supposed why. Certain whys can be easily guessed at. Why pick on members of ethnic or racial minorities? Well, racism, duh. Why are gay kids, or kids who are thought to be gay, picked on? Well, lingering arcane superstitions about homosexuality being evil or sinful. But what about everyone else? What about weirdos and freaks and dweebs? What about geeks? What about nerds? What about, well, me? Straighter than Brad Majors, whiter than Billy Quizboy's business partner? What had my crime against the standing social order been? The standard response, of course, is, because you were different.
It's because you were a weirdo, Bob. Because you were a weird, short, comic book reading, Mario obsessed little nigga. And they decided to just fuck with you. Which, you know, it was bad. You know, just fucking with a kid just because he's like weird. That is a bad thing to do. But that is the reason why they were bullying on you. It's not just because you were different, right? Because it's like, if you were different, but you were also like a Chad, right? Like, here's the thing. It's like Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill is basically Movie Bob if Movie Bob just like worked out and was handsome and like had some charisma to him. Basically, if you're like a Chad, but you have all the same interests as Movie Bob, you don't get bullied.
Now, is it just me, or did that ever strike anyone else as a particularly stupid sentiment? Everyone is different. Hell, I could...
Yeah, in a pseudo-intellectual, here's another thing, right? Is again, I'm not trying to like endorse bullying people just because they act like this. But a lot of people who got bullied back in the day, right? And they say it's because I was a nerd, it's because I was different. Really, you ask the people who they used to go to high school with, you would tell them, oh, that guy was a cunt, right? They would always just like act so fucking smarmy and talk like the smartest person in the room. And they would be like slick dissing other people, trying to make them look stupid and shit. And I could totally imagine Bob doing something like that.
Personally attest that my bullies came in all shapes, sizes, and colors. It was a veritable rainbow coalition of torment. So I never really
What? No, I'm saying, I wasn't, what I was saying, right? Henry Cavill compared to, we have Henry Cavill, kid photo, right? Childhood photo of Henry Cavill. Hold on, let me see. Okay, so this is Henry Cavill back when he was a teenager, right? Yo, chubby, obviously, you know, he's a, you know, not as rough, but you know, he was fat. He said he was nerdy. He said he was dweeby. He said that girls would like fucking laugh at him. He would get picked on a little bit, right? And then, you know, he started getting into sports. Now, he never stopped being like a nerd. He's still into like 4K to this day. He's still like games on his PC to this day, right? He's actually one of the biggest nerds in Hollywood right now. But, you know, it's like he's the same way as like Bob was, but the difference is that he glowed up. Like imagine if like Bob's reaction to getting bullied was to like hit the gym. He didn't like abandon Mario or Nintendo or anything. He just became like a buff Nintendo nerd, right? He's like buff Mario. So buff Mario cosplayer, right? Like this nigga right here. Just getting swole. Actually, hold on. That nigga looks kind of. Yeah, if you would just. Like this nigga. Nobody's gonna bully this dude. Nobody's gonna bully that nigga for like dressing up as Dr. Mario or whatever. Who's gonna step to that big black nigga who hits the gym and tell him, hey, bro. Hey, you're a dork. Who's gonna try and put him in a locker? Nobody.
That because you were different thing, and it's been my experience that very few in similar situations did either. It's also been my experience that while we never get an answer, a lot of us know what we want the answer to be. That we were hated because we weren't just different, but somehow superior. I've come to theorize that this notion that social ostracism is actually a result of normal people's fear of some intangible supremacy of the misfit who is not merely different but better is a reactive fantasy that exists somewhere on some level in the psyche of every nerd, geek, who ever suffered just for being. For some, it's the not-so-secret driving force of their entire worldview. For others, it's perhaps...
See, he sounds self-aware. Like the way he talks, he makes it sound like, well, that's ridiculous. You know, the idea that we were getting bullied because they were afraid of us because we were superior. That's nothing. But he does believe this. Like, in his heart, he believes this.
Perhaps a fleeting subconscious comfort that they don't even recognize. You can see ample evidence of this mindset informing much of the popular culture, particularly in the realms of sci-fi, fantasy, and anything else aimed at, well, you know. Think about the heroes of The Incredibles, forced into the shadows of normal society, not for being bad, but for being too good at stuff. Dash said it better than I can.
Our powers made us special. Everyone's special, Dash. Which is another way of saying no one is.
It's actually kind of a micro-variation on objectivism, come to think of it. Perhaps the ultimate modern archetype is Harry Potter. Teased, neglected...
Isn't that kind of like anti-progressivism? Like the idea that some people are just inherently like more special than others? Like some people just have talents that make them better than other people? Isn't that like an anti-progressive thing to believe?
Outright abused by his supposedly normal family of ordinary people, only to learn that he's not merely different from others, he's better. A born prodigy at wielding godlike supernatural powers. Welcome to every nerd's ultimate fantasy. Oh, okay, second to ultimate fantasy. Okay, third. Look, it's up there, okay?
No, I miss when Bob was like openly just like a horny fat guy. Because everybody was back in the day. Back in the day, everybody used to like lust, and like men didn't bother to hide their horniness back in the day. Everybody was like, yeah, of course, bro. These bitches are hot as... Like, they would all lust after whoever was the hottest babe in Hollywood. They would all lust openly over Laura Croft in video game. But now everybody has to hide it. Like, you're not allowed. Or at least they think they're not allowed. I'm talking about, like, these breed of men, right? Because Rich is also like this. Where Rich is obviously a horn dog. Rich is like one of the biggest simps I've ever fucking seen. The extent this motherfucker has gone to get a crumb from anybody besides his baby mama is actually insane, right? But it's like, they're almost like you have to be in the closet to a degree with your heterosexuality. People just weren't back in like the early 10s or the early aughts, or especially the 90s. Like as early as like the 10s, right? Something happened between the early 10s and the late 10s that there was like this shift in how straight dudes like interacted with women.
It's not just that they don't understand you, it's that they're intimidated by you. And your bullies aren't just wrong, you could make them pay for it. And then, of course, there's the X-Men, a school for gifted youngsters, gifted in this case meaning natural-born superheroes, literally referred to by science as Homo superior, who've been driven out of the normal world because people fear their extraordinary powers and abilities. Immature? A reactionary empowerment fantasy we should really just get over by now? Well, maybe. After all, the oppression of nerds by normals thing kinda ends once you're out of the cesspit of high school and into the adult world, right? Or does it?
Okay, wait. Memo from the present. Yikes. So this is old Bob. This is current Bob, right? This is yikes, yeah, so this next part is pretty indefensibly whiny. Well, then why did you put it in here, Bob? Why did you write it? Like, why did you... This is 2011 Bob, right? This is the Bob who made the video. And it's like, why did you do it? If you were that self-aware... See, he was just self-aware enough to know what it sounded like, but he wasn't self-aware enough to know that he didn't have to... Maybe it's because he needed to put something out. He needed to put out a video that week, and he already had finished this video, and he didn't have time, so...
Think about the way the popular culture, even today, demonizes different people of extraordinary ability, particularly extraordinary intellect or outside the mainstream artistic vision. Think of all the mad scientists, disturbed artists, or psychotic intellectuals. Think of how stupidity, simplicity, and anti-intellectualism are lionized. Think of how Bill Gates was seen as a supervillain for making billions in technology, while, say, Michael Jordan was an American hero for making billions by bouncing a ball.
This is some of the most blatant nerd seeds that I've seen. I can't believe people look up to people like Michael Jordan and Wayne Gretzky and all these fucking they look up to Messi, they look up to Ronaldo just because they play with balls. Meanwhile, these brilliant intellectuals who are changing the planet, they don't get anywhere near the amount of adoration. This is such nerd seed.
In fiction, highly educated so-called elitists turn out to be Hannibal Lecter. In real life, meanwhile, cannibal serial killers tend to have a vastly less refined background. Now, obviously there's some hyperbole in this. In reality, nerds aren't quite mutants, and we don't live in the world of the X-Men. But ask yourself, if it were, and we did, and you were a mutant, be honest. Whose team would you really end up on? The let's be nice and work with the people who hated and tormented us team, or the let's show those bastards who the world belongs to now team? I know where I'd be.
Okay, so we know where Bob would be in, like, you know, a fucking race war, right? Bob is one of those guys. Bob is one of those dudes that if Bob was black, right? There was a race war, he'd absolutely be one of those niggas who would just be out here killing white babies and shit in cribs. He would be one of those dudes, right? If he ever felt like he had power over somebody, Movie Bob is one of those people who you really got to thank God he was the best he could do was being a content creator on the internet, like being a movie critic. Imagine if Movie Bob was like born into a position where he had like connections and shit, and he ended up in like a very influential and prominent position of power in society. That shit would be fucking terrible. This is one of those things like I always worry about with Nick Fuentes, because I have no doubt, right? Like, I have no doubt at this point, Nick Fuentes is not destined to ever be in like a big position of power or whatever. He just isn't. Like, that's not in the cards for him. He burns too many bridges. He's too unstable to ever get to that point. But if he ever like became a senator, a governor, God forbid, fucking president of the United States, it would be terrible for so many people. Because people like this, vindictive motherfuckers like him and like Bob, they aren't meant to ever be that high up in society to begin with. It's just, you know, these are the type of people that 1,000 years ago, they would be born like into, they would be born the heir of some king, and then when they ascend to the throne, civil wars break out, famines happen, they end up being executed by like the people in a mob, a new king gets crowned who's like declared the great just because they aren't the old king. It's one of those people. So thank God that movie Bob, he stopped at just being a movie critic on the internet. Thank God for that. Master Sanders, thank you for the $4.99, dude. I've seen losers get power and it never ends well. Very, very true. Now, we got one more thing. We got one more thing to get through to Bob, and then we can move on to Rich. This was a video. This was a video that was requested that I watched the first Bob stream that we did a couple weeks back. Or was it like 2 months or so back? I don't know. Time goes by fast when it comes to like doing streams and shit. And this is the Combat Evolved video, and I feel like it's a very good sequel, right, to the Magneto Was Right video. Now, ironically, this video was actually put out a year before the video we just watched. So, you know, let's just see. Mikey, are you Canadian? No. What gives off Canadian vibes for me? I'm from south of the border, brother.
Hey, welcome to my new show. You know, when the Escapists told me they wanted me to
shit.
do another...
I had no idea. I had no idea that this was literally the first episode. This is actually the first episode of The Big Picture.
Show for them.
First episode of The Big Picture, and this is the first thing that Bob decides to do with this new format he's given.
I couldn't quite process what was going on, but when they said it could be a show where I just get up on my soapbox and say whatever I want about whatever random nerdy thing is on my mind at the moment, while these pop art representations of my fractured psyche spell out my emotional state, it all became crystal clear. I am working for crazy people, and it's awesome. Now, providing my producers don't experience a sudden moment of clarity as to the dark and terrible force they're about to unleash upon the interwebs, on The Big Picture we're going to talk about all kinds of stuff. TV, science, food, movies, comics, politics, monkeys, whatever. But because I like to make a big entrance, let's kick things off by talking about video games. These video games. Alright, so it's no secret in the gaming world that I'm not a big Halo fan, but because some readers kept asking, I did go and give Halo Reach a shot. I'm still not feeling it. Sorry. Hey, big ups to Bungie on all that brilliant characterization on Noble Team, though. The girl soldier is a badass. The other badass likes to stand out. The really big guy is actually a big-hearted softy. Hoo boy.
He sees so hard. If this was a Nintendo game, he would have given it way more leverage. He would have given it way more leeway than that.
Yeah, break the mold, fellas. But ultimately, it did lead me to a kind of revelation, or at least a notion that had been building up slowly in my subconscious finally broke out and flowered into a full-formed thought. The Covenant...
This man literally has George Wallace as a Really? Really? One of those heads was like George Wallace? Really?
Is so much more...
Hold on, let me go back. Let me see. Okay, wait, so which one of these is George Wallace? What, is it this guy? Is it this? I feel like this one, is this the George Wallace face? Hold on, let me look. George Wallace. Wait, no. I should be able to know that. Hold up. I, of all people, I'm from the South. I should know which one of these guys is George Wallace. The guy who's shouting. Okay, so I thought so. I was right. So it is this guy. Is this the dude when he's doing the, this pro-segregation speech and he's trying to stop niggas from getting into college and shit? Is it from that speech?
Spell out my emotional state, it all became crystal clear. I am working for crazy people. Though, the girl soldier, big-hearted softy, hoo boy, way to break the mold, fellas. But ultimately, it did lead me to a kind of revelation, or at least a notion that had been building up slowly in my subconscious finally broke out and flowered into a full-formed thought. The Covenant is so much more interesting and diverse visually than the Spartans are. Does anyone else know?
Reminder that Bob has been like this forever. He has always been, I guess you could describe like pre-Gamergate Bob as a closet progressive of sorts, right? He was a closet progressive with eugenics leaning. So you ever go back and you watch his old classic videos, that describes a lot of why he is the way he is, why he sounds the way he sounds like.
Notice this? Now, to be fair, this makes sense in context. The Spartans are a military outfit specifically raised and scientifically augmented to be largely faceless, emotionless force of living weapons. They're a militaristic, quasi-fascist wet dream, basically, right down to being named after the society that wrote the book on militaristic, quasi-fascist wet dreams. This stuff has been the lifeblood of the military sci-fi genre ever since Starship Troopers, except there, the Space Marine guys were up against an enemy whose...
Starship Troopers is one of those movies. It's one of those movies that makes people seethe because the wrong type of people really do fuck with Starship
genre ever
Troopers.
Since Starship Troopers,
and every time they say, "I love Starship Troopers," and they're like, "It's making fun of you. Starship Troopers is making fun of you. Don't you understand? It's ironic. Don't you understand that you weren't the target demographic?" So what just because I'm supposed to be like the ironic enemy, that doesn't mean I'm supposed to love it. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with what the fuck? How am I forgetting the name of the game that is based off Starship Troopers? Like I've played it. How did I forget what it's called? But you guys know what the fuck I'm talking about. That game. When people say they love that game and they talk about how much they love killing the fucking bug aliens and shit and defending Super Earth and shit, they get really mad because it's like, no, it's supposed to be ironic. It's supposed to be making fun of people like you who like it. It's like, so? Helldivers too, exactly. It's like, what? Why do I care? Why do I care about, I believe in death of the author, nigga. I'll like whatever I want to. I don't care if it's making fun of me. Puck, thank you for the $10. Loving your streams and vids. Great to listen and laugh to while grinding games. Gotta catch the VOD because of work. Keep up the good work and good luck with your planned docu-vids. Oh, no problem, brother. We got 2 videos coming out before, by the end of the year.
There, the Space Marine...
One more videos. I got a video coming out later this week, actually. I'm supposed to have it uploaded later this week.
Guys were up against an enemy whose collective insect hive mind makeup made them even more faceless and anti-individualist, so it kind of balanced out. But in Halo, look who fights for the Covenant. Big guys, little guys, creatures from tons of different worlds in every color of the spectrum. I mean, just look at all these dudes for a minute. It's like Reach is being invaded by a Benetton ad from space. In terms of diversity, the Covenant makes the Planeteers look like the KKK. And, of course, these are the bad guys. Yeah.
Oh, you know, hold on. Let's hear that. Let me see how he defends that take. Hold on. Let me give him a minute. To,
and of course, these are the bad guys. Yeah, I know, all these different species come from different worlds because they were conquered and converted by the Covenant, so it's mainly diverse because it's essentially a slave army, which is of course supposed to remind us in part of another famous multinational slave army that went to war with another bunch of guys called Spartans. But come on, how many people actually play Halo for the context?
A lot of people. See, this is one of the most disrespectful. I mean, even besides the point he just made about, you know, how like the Covenant, you know, they're so diverse compared to the Spartans, even though that is crazy. The thing that pissed a lot of people off about this video was just how dismissive Bob was of people who actually enjoyed Halo's story and its setting. Like, he really shit on those people. This motherfucker does not think that first-person shooters are capable of telling good stories, of capable of having like deep, interesting stories and all that other shit. Which is funny because Bob's favorite games happen to be games that barely have any story at all, like all the Super Mario shit.
Think about how this looks when viewed in the macro. Militaristic culture visibly pretext on submission of individual self to quasi-fascist collective equals good. Multiple races and species working together to a common goal equals evil. I mean, when the skinheads and neo-Nazi bigots in general talk down about how diversity is bad and you shouldn't mix the races, isn't this usually the basis of their crazy argument that mixed societies or mud races or whatever they call them tend to be these destructive, unclean hordes, while pure cultures emphasizing sameness and conformity are superior? Look, I'm not here to accuse Bungie of promoting fashion.
That's such a crazy. This is the first episode. The first episode. Escapist gave him permission to have like a new show where he could talk about whatever the fuck he wanted. His go-to was, you know what? The Spartans kinda are like white nationalists when you think about it. When you think about it, they're like trying to stop these diverse hordes from invading the earth, from invading the world. Just like, these real life migrants are like invading Europe or whatever the fuck. This is his go-to. This was his first thought.
Especially since what we do.
Because remember, Bob had to put out one video a week. Well, at this point, he had to put out like multiple videos a week. So a lot of these things that he's doing are like stream of consciousness, like straight off the dome. So what we're seeing is Bob's thoughts at their most unfiltered.
See of Spartan creation
they could only be more unfiltered if he had said them while streaming.
Cast the whole thing in an air of morally ambiguous gray, and holy crap! Wait, can we go back to that? Did his eyes just turn blue? So hold up, you got this young guy with the conspicuously well-shaved head getting turned into the ultimate human weapon, and you know it worked because his eyes are blue now? Bungie, that's some pretty scary unintended symbolism there.
Okay, now look, dude, you weren't reading all this into like when we were watching the other M video. I know the other M video was actually is the other M video after this? No, it had to be because like he did it after other M got released. So yeah, it was after this. It is like, okay, you were given a whole lot more context and shit to other M than you are to Halo right now. You don't even know anything about Halo's story.
This is some kind of self-parody, right?
Unlike Metroid, Halo actually has had a very in-depth story with a lot of explanations about the lore that you got from the source material without having to like read or play any spin-offs to like learn about.
Right? Okay, maybe that's taking it too far. The show is called The Big Picture, after all, and in this case, the big picture isn't the creepy fascist undertones in Halo, or the rather embarrassingly vast pantheon of Heinlein wannabe Space Marine stories. It's the fact that this primitive tribalistic idea of the pure and thus noble monoculture under threat by multiculture is still so tragically pervasive in the human imagination that it even crops up here.
This is super ironic. Like, this is incredible to watch in hindsight. Like 15 years later, this is actually incredible seeing like what we've seen now after, all the mass migration and all that shit and all the super leftists and super progressives pushing all their multiculturalism bullshit and all that shit for years. It really was a prologue, right? And this goes to show you Gamergate really didn't do all Gamergate was, right? Is that what makes Gamergate significant is that it was almost like the first, it was like Gamergate itself was like a Crispus Attucks moment. Like it was the first like big culture war that would start like a series of culture wars that continue to this day. Like for like the past 10 years. Past 10 years has just been culture war after culture war after culture war. And Gamergate was like the first battle on like this micro scale that just involved video games and gaming journalism and all this other shit. And people had no idea. This is why it's like it took so many people aback because they didn't have any. Why is this such a big deal to begin with? We just want like, well, the people on the right, let me put it, the people who weren't involved in like the culture war shit on either side that strongly just wanted gaming journalism to stop being so gay and like corporate dick sucking, right? They didn't want gaming journals to just suck the dick of game devs or game publishers that much, which the Zoe Quinn incident was like a very micro example out of. Like you're giving this bitch just good reviews and shit because I don't know, she gave you a piece of mediocre ass. It was like that on a grand scale, like what they did with like the dudes who they were getting flown out to have it bust open for them so they would give good reviews for Kane and Lynch 2 and all this other shit, right? So that's what Gamergate was. It was just like, it was the first of many culture wars. And that's why so many people can't get over it, because they wanted it to be a decisive victory. They wanted Gamergate to be a decisive victory for them, and it wasn't. It wasn't. It was very messy. They kind of won, right? Because they kind of got their way in the end, but also everybody realized also that, oh, what are all these fucking weirdos who are like using journalism in the media and whatever to just like push all this propaganda? What the fuck is all that about? And like that never went away. A Brown CBR, thanks for the $20, dude. Did you watch the Liam Gray Minecraft stream from 3 days ago yet? I have been. I did. I know a bit about like what's been going on with Liam. Is he dead? Like, I just gotta ask that before I look it up, because I remember he did like a suicide stream, but he's done multiple of those. Liam Gray has done like multiple suicide streams, and somehow he's like still alive. So I'm just curious, like, did he make it this time? Did he like actually finish the job this time? I'm just curious.
Which is especially ironic since the whole idea of the Covenant
Thanks
as
for the
bad guys
$20,
is supposed
dude.
to be critical of blind loyalty to arcane belief systems. Why does some part of our collective psyche still fear the concept of racial or cultural mixing? And why is it so ingrained that we hardly even notice it anymore? More importantly, why aren't we more inclined to try noticing it, and even getting rid of it? I'm Bob, and that's the big picture.
That's the big picture. Man, what a way. What a way to start a new series by comparing, by saying that Halo is anti-multiculturalism, pro-monocultural, white nationalistic fascism, basically. It's basically what he spent the video saying. And I'm curious what the comments say. I'm working for crazy people. Well, it turns out you were. I don't think I've ever seen someone miss the point this hard. The Halo franchise never tries to frame ONI as the good guys. ONI is regularly shown to be corrupt as hell, and Dr. Hasley is tried and convicted for her role in the Spartan 2 program. But come on, how many people actually play Halo for the context? Hundreds, thousands, millions, almost the entire world, including myself. You can get all the context in the games by just playing the campaigns, plain and simple. And that's the thing, right? This is really just him being really fucking dismissive of Halo's story and setting, which a lot of people unironically do love. A lot of people do love Halo for its story, for its setting. They love Cortana. They love Master Chief. They love all that shit. Whoa, damn. A Brown CBR. How the fuck did I fail to say your name twice? A Brown CBR, $20 again. Thank you, dude. From what Scotsman said, he's back in the mental ward again. As to how long this, nobody will know until Liam streams again. Yeah, he's going to stream again. He'll probably be fine. He'll probably be fine. He'll come back and then he'll crash out again. He really should just like get away from the internet. It would probably be in his best interest to just, he can keep making comics, but he's got to leave this comic shit behind. Not just Comics Gate, but just like this internet shit. He needs to leave it behind. He can make his comics away from the internet, and he can just fucking keep the e-celeb and a-logging shit behind. You're not built for that, dude. Because it's gonna be like, I was gonna say it's gonna be like Etika, but honestly, he's even more unstable than Etika was, like, even at like Etika's worst. Well, I guess Etika's worst was, you know, RIP, you know, but you know, it's gonna be something like that. And he should really just stay away from the internet, prioritize his mental health, and just make his comics. Like, he doesn't need, who even watches a Liam Gray stream anyway? Fucking nobody. None of these Comicsgate niggas get any views except for Ethan Van Sciver, which is why they all orbit around EVS and suck his dick so hard. It's why they all grovel to the Frog King, because he's the only one with clout for real. They keep, money is going away, views are going away, fucking donos are going away. It's not looking too good. And really, they should all just like, I don't know. It would be in Liam Gray's best interest if he were to just like peace out from the internet before he pieces out from Earth. RPG TV T views. Thank you for the $2, dude. Zach off this channel over jealousy and envy. Your boy Zach's downfall. When I do the Comicsgate doc, that shit's gonna get its own chapter. When I do the second video, it's gonna have to be next year, by the way. If you guys are wondering what's the big vid I keep teasing for Christmas next month, it's not gonna be a Comicsgate video. Comicsgate, the second Comicsgate video, is gonna be in early 2026. But no, when I do it, Zach, Richard C. Meyer, he's getting his own chapter because that nigga has gotten out of pocket. I almost want to do like a whole video on this dude because all he does now is just seethe and bitch and moan and whine about people who do what he used to do better than he does. Eric July is better at selling comics than him, and Nerdrotic and the Critical Drinker and all these other dudes are better at doing the whole anti-woke nerd shit than he is. Even at his peak, they're better, right? And he's just mad. He's just mad that the new hotness is on the scene and he's not part of the wave. People have forgotten what he is, and he's just a whining bitch. But anyway, we're gonna not talk about that Richard right now, so we can talk about this Richard. So this is from a few days ago, 2 days ago. Probably when I streamed. This probably did get posted. No, hold on. What was 2 days ago? But let me just look. It was no. It was like the day after I streamed. So this is why I didn't cover it. Rich at RLM Core, which is Rich's channel. I mean, that is Rich's account. This right here, this is Rich. Let me just go ahead and follow you. Following you, Rich. Should I donate something to? Should I gift a premium? Gift and pay $3.90. Fuck that. Okay. We know this is Rich. He says he only comes so he can use Grok. We know that you lurk and you look at what your ops are doing on Twitter, Rich. We all know that's what you're doing. So, Rich gained a pathetic 25 members in 3 hours, then ended the stream. His memberships are only $1.99. After YouTube's 30% cut, he only made $34.82 in 3 hours. That is less than $12 an hour. The average minimum wage in New York, the lowest minimum wage in the state of New York is like $15. So that means that right now, there's some fucking teenager, there's some high schooler who works part-time at fucking Walgreens or McDonald's or some car wash who made more money that day than Review Tech USA did on his stream. This is where Rich is at. Rich ain't balling like the mayor like he used to back in the day. Now, what we're gonna do is we're going to not watch this, right? We're gonna not watch this because what this is, right, is that we're gonna watch this, right? We're going to react to Review Tech USA's Netflix quality documentary from Atari 2600 to PS5, an old man's gaming retrospective. We're gonna react to this thing from beginning to end, right? And before we do that, though, I gotta take a quick little piss break. But before I do that, I gotta show you guys this. This is from Rich's Tech 25 ASMR channel, right? The channel that he's supposed to get to 1 million and be able to retire off of. From that, Rich did a little video, right? What he did is that this video, first off, he completely abandoned the original concept for this channel. The concept for this channel was he was going to do tech reviews. He was going to do tech reviews like this, but ASMR style, right? And that was supposed to be the point of this channel, but he completely abandoned that. He abandoned that literally after the first video, so he could just do like random shit with no overarching theme. Like he did an Elden Ring ASMR, then he did like some fucking made up fake story about like how he had a stalker or whatever. Then he did I don't know, my first ASMR video that talked about how ASMR became his fetish, because that's what it is, really. No disrespect to anybody who loves ASMR, but it is a fetish. Let's be real, guys. ASMR for men, like, look at this shit, right? Completely abandon the OG theme. Oh, okay, hold up. Here he goes. Here are some tech-related videos. Anyway, he made this one video. This one video here, ASMR, My Life in Gaming Part 1 from Atari 2600 to the Super Nintendo. Basically, he made 2 ASMR videos that were just like, well, I suppose, hold up. No. He's still doing them. He's still doing them. Basically, it's just him like retelling this video. He's redoing this video, but in ASMR, and he's like breaking it apart. He's breaking it apart into multiple parts so he can milk it all for ad revenue. And it's just terrible. It's some of the worst content I have ever seen from Rich ever. And that's saying a fucking lot.
This is gonna be an interesting video to make because I'm going completely off the cuff here.
Here, do you guys hear the fucking fireplace sound in the background?
Because I'm going completely off the cuff here.
Does that not ruin the ASMR experience, right? Because, okay, let's say I'm some fucking weirdo who does want to hear ASMR from the mouth of a middle-aged obese man, right? A middle-aged obese Italian ASMR, that's what I'm looking for. Wouldn't the fireplace, like, sound effects in the background, wouldn't that, like, fuck with the ASMR feel? Wouldn't that do that?
I was like...
And also the visuals, right? Like, the visuals completely kill this. See, if you go to, like, an actual... I'm not going to look up any ASMR. I'm not about to look up some ASMR shit, because it'd be freaky over there. I'm not going to lie. ASMR shit, I look up ASMR shit, it's some fucking half-naked girl fucking jingling keys on her toes and shit like that. We're not about to look that up. It's a little bit too freaky. But no, they have, like, visuals that fit, because the whole thing is about, like, sensuality or whatever, right? Essentially, that's what ASMR comes down to. It's like sensuality. And, like, not only is he fucking it up with the sound effects conflicting with his voice, he's also fucking it up just with the way he looks. Like, this is just a regular Review Tech USA video, but he's whispering for some reason. And it's really slow. Because, again, this is just him telling a much slower version of what he's going to say in this video right here that we're about to react to. So it's trash. It's trash. I'm not going to put you guys through that. That's too much. Even if I were to put it on like 2x speed. Even if I put it on 2x speed.
Thinking what would be something interesting to discuss on this channel. And I'm going to have an ASMR video about the Switch 2. But I thought it would be interesting to kind of give a... just terrible. Dog shit. Dog shit content. I don't know how he plans to make that bitch get to 1 million subs or whatever. But I don't see the vision that you see, Rich. Now, we'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta go take a quick piss break. And also, I gotta get some more tea. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Wait, hold up. No. That's not what I wanted to do. Hold up. I know what I was looking for. Let's see. Wait, hold up. Where is it? Damn, dude. Like, I kind of like... let's see. I guess I gotta start having this shit on deck. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to some low tier guy for a second. I'll be right back, guys.
Damn, this nigga let me. Damn, this nigga let me beat him? Nah, no running backs. You let me beat you at a game I haven't touched in 5 years? Bruh. I'm blown. Y'all niggas let me get a W in 2K? Alright, Hayes, what's your excuse? There ain't no fair trial. You lied. Fuck Covenant Court. Mods, crush this gym. I don't got time for that shit. Nigga thought he was gonna get a whole word play and... Nigga, just get the fuck out of here. Or come in this bitch talking about I need a fair trial. Get the fuck up out of here. Ain't got time for that shit. Like I said, you want your gym back? Pledge what you said you were gonna pledge. Then we could talk. Damn, this nigga Trey Young is a 90? Oh, Hayes just dominated to 250? Oh, shit, he wasn't fucking around. Well, shit, somebody unban that nigga ASAP. All right, Hayes, I see you. Hayes with the 250? How the fuck am I a loser, nigga? Eat a dick. Somebody ban that nigga. Now, Dixon, due to what you're doing. Ooh. Damn, why was this nigga timed out for 80,000 seconds? Here, yeah. You fix that. You said Giannis is the best three-point shooter. I'm gonna leave you banned for 80,000 seconds.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame that the low tier god DSP feud didn't go on longer, but Phil had to pick fights. Phil had to go and pick a fight with an even bigger E-celeb, a way bigger. This is probably like the thing that I've said in one of my videos that has aged like by far the worst. The worst aging thing I've ever said in any video ever was probably at the end of my original Review Tech USA documentary when I was like comparing Rich to Phil, and I was just coming to the conclusion that Phil is just overall like not necessarily better because he's still like a low-cal loser failure e-beggar. But also, like, he was just, like, less of a subhuman than Rich, like, objectively so. But and I largely agree with most of the things that I said in that, like, comparison. But there's still, like, that one thing that I said that was wrong. That's that Phil doesn't go out of his way to pick fights with other people. That was kind of true when I originally said it. Like, within, like, the past year or whatever, that completely went way out of, like, from his linking up with the Kino Casino onwards, Phil has gone almost out of his way to just pick fights with E-celeb after E-celeb after E-celeb for no fucking reasons. He's picked fights with LTG, Osmongold now. He tried to pick a fight with Ralph. He keeps... Well, no, he doesn't really pick fights with... I don't actually think he actually picks fights with Review Tech USA. He doesn't pick fights with Review Tech USA because Phil genuinely thinks that Rich is beneath him. which he's right. Rich is one of the few people who I would say is beneath Phil. And again, that's mostly because he has kids and Phil doesn't. So by not having children to neglect and disappoint, Phil, like by default, is just like above Review Tech USA, and I guess technically above Low Tier God too. So yeah. Good on Phil for being too selfish to have a child. Good on him for like staying a man child in that one little way. We definitely don't need a little Phil walking around with issues because he had a daddy like DSP. Yo, hey, what's up, Ames? Thanks for the $2, buddy. RTU is running and hiding. Yeah, he is. He always runs and hides when he gets too much heat. Now, I've got, actually, speaking of RTU running and hiding, I've never been one to go out of my way to pick fights. I don't think that making documentaries about people is picking fights with them, right? Like, I didn't declare war on Nick Fuentes in America First and his groypers just by making that video, right? I don't consider that, right? I would even mend bridges with people I've made videos on, provided they like stop doing the bullshit they did for me to make the video in the first place in some cases. But in this case, right, I have said and I've done enough concerning Review Tech USA, and I'm still really shocked that he hasn't like brought me up once, like ever. He brings up literally everybody else except for me. He's like King Sly, Ames, the Kino Casino, literally every other A-log, every other Review Tech USA detractor gets a name drop except for me. And I don't know, I'm starting to feel a little left out lately because I don't know what else I gotta do. How many more videos I gotta make about this nigga? How many more streams do I have to make about this guy? Like, I know he sees me. I know he sees me like talking shit on him on Twitter like everybody else did. He made that one tweet, right? He made one tweet. This is how I know that Rich knows who I am, right? There was this one time when he was talking to Sly. I think it was like his final fight with Sly, right? His final little duel he had with Sly on his stream. And he was talking about how like Sly was, it was after he got the tattoo. And he was saying, oh, Sly, you were bringing up the fact that I spent money on this tattoo instead of spending it on my daughter, right? And you only said that because another troll said that first. And Sly was like, no, I came to that conclusion myself, because wouldn't that be anybody's first thought? Why is he spending money on getting tattoos of middle-aged men instead of spending it on his family or on his bills? Right? That would be anybody's first instinct. But you know who was the first troll to like post something like that on Twitter after he posted that he got his tattoo? It was me. I was that A-log. I was that troll who made that post. So he was quoting me at that little he thought that Sly got that idea from my post. So I know, at least from that, he watches my posts. He sees my posts of social media. I know this. So I don't know. I don't know what else I gotta do. I just want my name to be put in his mouth once. I just want to get name dropped once. Cause I've been name dropped by fucking Ethan Van Sciver. I have. But not by Rich. I don't know what else I gotta do. Quiet Rider, thank you for the $2, dude. Mention that you're black, then he'll come. You know, that's probably what it is. He doesn't know that I'm black. Cause he also went at Chill Murray, and I think it's because he saw that Chill has like Murray has the black VTuber, so he's oh, this is a Negro. This is a nigga talking shit about me. I have to talk about him, but he doesn't know me. I don't even have the black VTuber avatar, so he doesn't know. I could just be like Latino or Asian for all he knows. I could just be pretending to be black. He doesn't know. RTU doesn't know you're black. That's why. Thanks for the $1.99, bro. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think he just doesn't know that I'm black, or else he would have been come at me. Okay. So we're going to watch this. We're going to finally get to Review Tech USA's Netflix-style documentary. This was supposed to be the video that was going to save his channel, right? And what this is first off, there's another version of this video. There's another version of this video on Review Archive USA.
Hi,
Review
everybody.
Archive USA has both versions of the video. This video was it was edited, right? It was edited down, and it's still too long. It's still terrible, but it was made slightly more watchable. But we're not interested in that. I want this video in its rawest form, because this is raw Rich. This is Rich. This is the most amount of effort I think Rich has ever put into a video ever, right? And it came out the way it did, because he's not good at this. After all these years of making YouTube videos, that's what's the most amazing thing about this video, is that this is the culmination of 15 years of experience at content creation. And this is the best that he can do. All right, let's watch From Atari 2600 to PS5, an old man's gaming retrospective.
Ban Amber Heard's turd, please.
Try to relax your anus.
Beautiful start, just right off the bat, right? Don't show us anything. Don't give any. What I like to do. See, this is going to be a good video, right? Because I'm going to be able to because I'm somebody who actually does make a lot. All of my videos are heavily edited, heavily scripted content. So I'm going to be able to break down everything he's doing wrong here. So the first thing he's doing wrong is you should, I'd say I have almost a 2-minute rule, right? Within a 2-minute rule, you need to get your audience's attention, and you need to present your thesis, almost like a paper you're submitting to a college professor, right? You need to gain attention from your audience, and you need to present the subject in an entertaining way, of course, this style of video. You got to do it within 2 minutes, and he's going to fail to do that. Instead, he's going to just make gay inside jokes that only his most dedicated fans would even understand.
It's time to talk about my man history. Man history.
Does your dog fall asleep at the very start? Then turn off the TV. And here's what you will see when
Man history.
a game from Atari. Have you played Atari today?
With an Atari game, a flick of the switch turns your TV set into a play.
Another error he's making, and this is this is going to be all throughout this fucking video. He has the laziest, worst fucking editing. I had no idea that until I watched this video, I had no idea that Jay was carrying the channel as much as he did. You can really see the difference. That's also why his videos these days, why it's so slow for him to put out a fucking 10-minute gaming news regurgitation slop video, is because he has to edit it himself. And I don't know, maybe he's editing the keyboard just by tapping it with both of his index fingers. He's not even using all of his hands and shit, but he can't edit for shit.
Playground.
Why are you showing us the whole fucking commercial, nigga?
Your family room into a family room.
Have you played Atari today?
Hi, everybody. My name is Rich of Review Tech.
Oh, he tried hiring another editor, but he just couldn't put out videos in enough time. He couldn't give them enough material enough time, and he wasn't making enough money to justify keeping them around. It was like the Jay situation all over again.
USA. I'm 42 years old. I still play video games, and I'm old as shit.
I'm sorry.
Of course, DSP within the first minute. We're not even 60 seconds into this fucking video, and he had to put DSP in the video somewhere. Video has literally nothing to do with DSP. Nothing to do with DSP.
Now, this is going to be an interesting video because it's not just going to be about my history with video games. I've talked about that before.
That's literally all this video is going to be.
And file that under who gives a crap, kind of. But my age bracket is an interesting one because I wasn't there for the very inception of video games like Magnavox Odyssey days.
Magnavox presents Odyssey, the electronic game of the future.
Odyssey easily attaches to any brand TV, black and white or color, to create a closed-circuit electronic playground. Odyssey gives you all the exciting action of hockey and 11 other challenging...
Why do we need to see this, Rich? Like, Rich, he could have literally just, like, he could have literally just shown us a picture of, like, the console. Or maybe, you know, he could have just had this running in the background as Here's what this should have been. All these commercials he's shown, he could have either just shown them as, like, just pictures that he put on the screen, or he could have had them as B-roll while his voice plays in the background. But he didn't do either of those. Instead, every time he brings something up, he just splices a whole commercial in between, like in between his sentence. He'll do this.
Play and learning games for the entire family. Odyssey, a new dimension for your television. Now at your Magnavox dealer. He's listed in the yellow pages.
But I was young enough at the time, or I was born at a time when video games were it was a fledgling market. So I grew up with games and saw the ups and downs and saw the industry evolve and change. And that's why I thought...
See, like, what he's doing right here. What he's doing right here, where he's just taking this little gameplay and he's using it as B-roll while he talks about, like, the thing he's talking about. He could have did this for, like, 95% of the shit that he's going to show full-ass commercials of throughout this video, but he decided not to do that.
Video would be...
He can obviously do it. I don't know why he didn't.
A good one to make, because my story kind of ties in with the industry, if that makes sense, which I think it does. So my first lucid memory with gaming was going with my dad to whatever toy shop we went to. We lived in Pelham, New York at the time. And this was after the video game crash. I believe it was 1984. I would have to check with my dad, but he probably wouldn't.
Why didn't you check? This is supposed to be your Netflix quality documentary about, like, your experience with video games. Why did you not check something that basic? Why do you not have notes? I said script earlier. I don't think he actually scripted this. I don't even think he has notes. I think this is literally just an off the cuff, off the dome, regular as. It's just a longer version of the usual video that Rich does, but with, like, I don't know, some of you guys in chat, you guys have said he just uses them as filler. I think that might be the case.
Such a long time ago. And after the crash, for a while, basically.
See, even if you take out the commercial filler, this shit is still way too fucking long.
Until the NES came on the scene. When it came to console gaming in the States, you couldn't give away consoles after the crash.
My mother's very proud.
I mean, you had bargain bins of games and ColecoVisions and other hardware because everyone thought gaming was over. Everyone thought it was a gimmick. So my dad, who was having a business meeting with one of his partners, we were driving by this shop and he picked up, I guess it was a used ColecoVision.
If you own ColecoVision, you already own a powerful state-of-the-art computer that gives you the arcade experience with the newest arcade games like Donkey Kong Jr., Looping,
You know, there actually is something. Here's the thing. If Rich was more talented, if he was less retarded, if he was more capable, or at least if he had somebody, like if he had the money to pay somebody to write a script for him and edit the video, this could have been something, right? Because there is, like, a very interesting perspective for somebody whose, like, gaming history extends from the Atari 2600 to the, well, I guess it's technically not the current gen. I guess it's like the going out gen of consoles. There is something to that because, and it's something that Zoomers, bro, I don't know, am I? Well, it's something that, like, baby Zoomers, like people who are in their early 20s and shit, they'll never be able to comprehend just, like, how big of a deal it was to go from one console generation to the next up until, like, I don't know, the PS4 and Xbox One generation, right? After that point, I would say, shit, yeah, I guess after that point, there were no more great leaps. There was, like, enormously, I would go so far as to say, like, the PS3 and Xbox 360 era was probably like the last giant leap, but there are always these giant leaps from one generation to the next in terms of hardware and software and game design, and like entire genres were being created and shit every decade or so. So there is something to that, but Rich can't express that, and Rich certainly can't make a fucking documentary about it.
For 2, Time Pilot, Mr. Do, Space Fury, Frontline, arcade controls like Turbo, the roller controller, and new Super Action Sports. And soon you'll plug in Atom, the revolutionary ColecoVision family computer module with new super games, keyboard, and printer. ColecoVision, the only system you'll...
See, these commercials are way more entertaining than Rich himself. If this was just us watching a compilation of these commercials, that would be better than watching this documentary.
Ever need.
Because I remember vividly, it was in, like, they shrink wrapped it. It wasn't in the original box, and it came with a copy of Donkey Kong. And I just remember being enamored with it. I also remember playing a game on the ColecoVision called, it was by Taito, called Frontline. Man, the ColecoVision, it actually had a controller pretty much like this. Kind of like the Intellivision.
Why didn't you get the controller? Again, this is supposed to be his big Netflix-style documentary. He doesn't have shit prepared. Why didn't you have, like, why don't you, like, at least put up a photo of the ColecoVision and shit so that we can know what it looks like? Why don't you show B-roll of somebody playing with a ColecoVision from, like, I don't know, the 80s or 70s or whatever?
Vision Amico was going to have too.
My mother's very proud.
At least in shape. And it had the numbered keypad. That was a thing back in the 80s. And it had zero ergonomics. But I still absolutely love playing games on there. Also, another memory that I have too is with the Atari 2600. But I remember going back and forth between the Coleco and the 2600. And shout out to my dad. He was pirating games before people knew what the hell piracy really was. He actually had...
Every time Rich talks about his dad, I'll say this. Every time Rich talks about his dad sounds based as fuck. Like, Rich's dad really does deserve, like, a better caliber of son, right? Because he really, I don't know, the apple fell very, very far from the fucking tree.
Had a
pirating video games back in the 70s. That's based as fuck, dude.
Art that he made where it had a slot on it that you could actually, what he would do is copy the ROMs from Atari games, and he would make a duplicate chip, and he made a cartridge where you could slot in these chips that he would copy from the original game, the ROM, and he had a whole bunch of pirated games.
Rich's dad is, like, awesome.
On these different chips.
Rich is nowhere near as awesome. Also, isn't his dad the one who, like, made his OG PC? Like, he got his dad's help with making that PC, right? And he also, like, Rich also needed his dad help during, like, the DK Oldies shit to, like, check the refurbished console he bought from DK Oldies. Rich's dad is, like, unironically way better with tech than Rich has ever been. And that's, like, insane.
And I remember playing the Atari 2600. I remember playing Pitfall. It was one of the pirated games that we had. There was plenty.
Rich adopted none of that shit from his dad. He didn't adopt any of his knowledge at all.
Of others
that shit
too,
skipped
but
the generation.
That was my beginning with gaming, playing pirated games. My dad was pirating back in the 80s. So, oops.
You blew it. Capiche?
But what really cemented my love for games was Christmas of 1986. And that is when I got a Nintendo Entertainment System. Or back in the 80s and 90s.
Oh yeah, Rich's dad made his own YouTube channel and shit, and he just, like, told stories about, yeah, I used to pirate games, and yeah, I was an engineer. If he used to just tell old engineering and programming stories, I would watch that shit. I would absolutely subscribe and watch Rich's channel. Rich's dad could possibly save his channel if he comes on to his Rich Tomorrow type shit, and he, like, just tells old stories or whatever.
You just called the NES the Nintendo.
Will you be be the one to witness the birth of the incredible Nintendo Entertainment System? The one to play with Rob, the extraordinary video robot, batteries not included. He helps you tackle even the toughest challenge. Will you be the first to raise the incredibly accurate Zapper and play games like Duck Hunt or action-packed Hogan's Alley and high-flying Kung Fu?
Yeah, Rich could actually be Review Tech USA for once if his dad came and he actually told some tech stories. And you're right, Ames, like looking back, Rich didn't do shit. Like, Rich was carried in every single aspect. His dad was the actual tech guy. Jay was the edit guy. And then somebody say that, like, what, it was like his brother or his friend or whatever who originally captured the gaming footage for him. Like, the original gaming footage he used to use in his old videos, that wasn't even his. That was like something that somebody else captured for him. Rich didn't do anything. Rich has been carried his whole career.
Each sold separately. Will you be the one to experience the Nintendo Entertainment System? Comes with Rob, Zapper, Control Deck, 2 controllers, Gyromite, and Duck Hunt.
Now, that Christmas, I got 2 big gifts. The Nintendo Entertainment System, that was the Rob the Robot bundle. Yeah, that's how long we're going back. And my Zapper was gray. Okay, that
you could do this for like most of the things he's talking about. Just show photos of it.
So that's how OG it was, and that's how old I am.
There's no need for all the cutaways.
The doll that sang, it actually had a cassette deck in it that was like bleeding edge tech for a doll to have called Teddy Ruxpin.
Show and tell time.
Another teddy bear? My teddy's name is Teddy Ruxpin. He talks, he tells stories.
That's me right there. That's me. When I was fucking watching this bitch for the first time.
He talks.
That's me right there, just fucking yawning. Like, really? Another commercial, nigga? Another one?
He tells stories.
DJ Khaled through this whole documentary with all these fucking commercials.
4 batteries not included.
Hi, my name is Teddy Ruxpin. Can you and I be friends?
Yeah.
I really enjoy talking to people. I would like you.
Teddy Ruxpin, the storytelling bear, comes with illustrated book and cassette from Worlds of Wonder.
And the tape would have audio, and it also had something on there that would make the mouth move. Needless to say, I got 2 of them. They were broken. I lost interest in 5 minutes and became obsessed with the Nintendo Entertainment System. Not really Rob the Robot, though. I used to actually play Gyromite by just having 2 NES controllers. I was Rob the Robot and was fat with a mullet.
Girls.
Wait. Is that really Rich?
Rob the Robot and was fat with a mullet.
Is that really Rich? Oh, wow. Well, for one, this confirms that, yes, Review Tech USA has literally been fat his whole life. Even when he was a little kid and he still had hair, he was still fat as fuck.
Girls.
That haircut is unforgivable. That's part of it. Yeah, that's his parents' fault, though. His parents let him go out like that.
But the Nintendo Entertainment System revitalized the industry. It essentially saved console gaming in the States. And in my opinion, even though the crash of 1983 with gaming was a united...
You know, this video is making me realize that video game commercials back in the day just shit all over modern video game commercials, right?
The industry, it essentially saved
We can't even hear the audio. We can't even hear the audio for this commercial. But look, it's Mike Tyson, obvious Mike Tyson, because he has a neck the size of fucking Texas over in his shoulders right there.
And in my opinion,
and he's
even
playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
Crash of 1983 with gaming was a United States thing and a console.
Modern gaming commercials have no creativity at all. Asterion Moloch, thanks for the $5, buddy. The difference between Movie Blob and George Wallace is that Wallace recanted his supremacist views. Bob Woe.
I really think Nintendo being successful in the States reverberated throughout the world and really helped the gaming industry evolve. So now you have the Nintendo Entertainment System, which was a huge step up from the Atari 2600 and even the Coleco.
I'm not going to put it in a bottle and breastfeed it to you.
I was about to say the Coleco Chameleon. And it was a big step up from the ColecoVision as well. And I remember that Christmas getting games like Kung Fu, which I absolutely loved, and Mario Brothers Balloon Fight was fantastic. I had for the NES. I just couldn't get enough of it. And Nintendo on the industry side proved that, yeah, people want consoles. There's an ease of use to just putting a cartridge in a piece of hardware and the game just playing. Now, during this time period, really Nintendo, in a way, had a monopoly on the market. There was the Sega Master System that was a competitor.
I don't understand, right? It's like, this is supposed to be like a Netflix style. I keep saying that because he said that, right? Like, this is what he was trying to do. You know, like those big video game documentaries you always see, right? This was supposed to be Rich trying to emulate that, and he did it very badly. But it's like, I don't know, this just seems like his usual just yammer and yap into the camera style videos, but with like commercials spliced in between.
But Nintendo was top dog, and everyone kind of...
You know, he should have made a video like this back when he had an editor, right? Like, Jay might have actually been able to do something with this. Probably not, because, like, the source material ain't it. But it would have been better, and it might have actually... I don't know, they might have actually got something going if it received some good views.
I thought about the Nintendo Entertainment System as this permanent piece of hardware. That's really my point with this. And there was an interesting clip I'm going to show now where a lot of people didn't understand generations.
Oh yeah, the Sega comeback is crazy. Matsumi, he's about to make, I'm telling you guys, he's about to make Sega great again.
Our video game.
I promise, right? Here's my prediction, right? This is the most insane prediction I'm ever going to make, like, on stream, right? You know, I'm not betting any money on this. I'm just putting it out there. By 2035, if there's still a console market, it's going to be Nintendo, Sega, and Valve. Sony and Microsoft and Sony are both going to be out of the console game by 2035, right? They're both going to be out. Sega's going to be back in. Valve is going to be in. And Valve is probably going to dominate because they're going to have the console PC connection that, like, Microsoft wanted to have, but they could never achieve because, like, Quiet Rider, thank you for the $5. I rate gamers' history of video games is better than this crap Rich made. True. The reason why the Xbox could never, like, achieve that console PC connection is because it was never supposed to be like a console to begin with. Like, the dudes who made the Xbox, the original Xbox, they basically had to trick Bill Gates into, like, letting them do it. Bill Gates basically just wanted to, like, have it was like almost like a degraded PC of sorts that didn't actually function like a console. And those dudes were like, no, we'll just make a fucking console that, like, you can, like, that's like a Microsoft product. And they were successful at it. And they did it again with the 360. And then after that, I don't know, Microsoft, they started feeling themselves and shit. And they're like, we can do whatever we want. We'll make a whole ecosystem. And then they fucked themselves for, like, the next decade or so.
Industry is hotter than ever this season, and one good reason, Nintendo has introduced some hot new toys. But have things gone a bit too far? This evening, Ken Shockley wraps up a special report on Video Mania.
Does this really have to cost this much? Where should the anger be directed? Not at the parents, but at the manufacturer. Does it
so it has come to this. Therapy sessions for families whom you could call Nintendependent.
First of all, the peer pressure starts. I feel maybe exploited.
Psychologists' offices might get more crowded this holiday season. Just in time for Christmas, the Japanese toy maker Nintendo has come out with a new set of electronic video games. At $200, a Super Nintendo setup costs twice as much as the old system, and you can't mix and match.
Hold up. What year did this come out? What year did the Super Nintendo come out? SNES came out when? Okay, so 1990. So let me see. $200 adjusted for inflation in 1990. Oh shit. Be almost $500. You know what? Hold up. That's actually about on par. That's actually about on par for what a modern console says. Well, this is the thing when people are always talking about how consoles are getting more expensive. They are, but really you go back, video game consoles have always kind of just been expensive.
Some parents are refusing to be taken.
It's just like living. Just living back in the day was cheaper, so it doesn't seem like it. But you adjust for inflation, consoles have actually been pretty fucking cheap in like recent generations.
I'm going to say no, and I'm going to explain to him how people market things to make you spend more money.
Nintendo controls 80% of the video market, though some game players prefer the pictures of its competitor Sega. But no matter how you play the game, or which game you play, things definitely have come a long way since
How long
Pac-Man.
is this fucking commercial? How long have we been watching this shit? Hold on, how long has this been going on? Wait, is it like 9 minutes? No, it's like 9:20.
Ken Shocknick, Channel 4 News.
Now look.
Like that was only a minute. That was only about a minute. But that's a lot of time, right? Like I have a rule, right? I have a rule about like being careful with clips. I hate it when a clip goes over a minute when I put it in a video. If I'm putting a video in and a clip is over a minute, like it's got to be very important. It's got to be something that like gives a level of context to something I'm saying that I can't like avoid it. I'm not just going to put it in a fucking minute-long clip because that fucks with the flow.
We had the Atari 2600. They had, remember the 5200? That should have had a zip code.
Just look at it. Look at how huge this beast is. It's ginormous. And why is there a door on it? Is this a video game console or a closet?
Hold up. First off, let me see. Is this his magnum opus? Yes, Duck Diesel. This actually was the magnum opus of Review Tech USA. The legacy of the channel that used to be Review Tech USA. This is like the magnum opus of 15 years of content creation. This is the best that he could do by himself. But I want you guys to look at this video and compare it to Rich's.
Just look at it. Look at how huge this beast is. It's ginormous. And why is there a door on it? Is this a video game console or a closet?
And yes, companies...
See how quick that was? See how quick and witty and like, see?
Look at
showing
it.
us the console.
Look at how huge this beast
pointing out how absurdly fat this console is.
It's ginormous. And why is there a door on it?
He showed us the inside of the console.
Is this a video game console or a closet?
And he ended it with a punchline. That was all like within 10 seconds, right?
And yes, companies were already making more powerful.
That's the difference. See, James Rolfe, I mean, I guess technically James Rolfe is also technically a failed film student turned YouTuber, but he's like actually one of the better examples of one.
Full hardware, like kind of generational upgrades.
Yes, he did add a soundbite to the clip. He censored it. That was Rich. That wasn't James. James doesn't give a fuck about any of that.
But Nintendo and Sega were the first mainstream companies, especially Nintendo. The Master System didn't really do anything in the States. But the Sega Genesis says hello.
What's the hottest 16-bit?
Well, when I say that James is a failed film, I don't mean like he flunked out of fucking film school or anything. I mean like instead of like making, actually working on movies, he ended up just becoming a YouTuber and putting his craft to work there.
Video.
I don't think that James isn't doing what he doesn't want to do. I mean, if he didn't want to be the video game nerd, he would just stop. It's the same thing with the critic. If the critic didn't want to be, if Doug Walker didn't want to be the nostalgia critic anymore, he would just stop. He tried to walk away from it. He realized he wasn't built for that. So then he was like, well, I don't hate being the nostalgia critic. And he just went back.
Game system.
If only Rich could have that level of humility.
True arcade games, great graphics, real challenge, stereo sound, and the hottest library too, with games like Altered Beast, Golden Axe, Super Hang-On, Forgotten World, Space Harrier 2, Revenge of Shinobi, Tommy Lasorda Baseball, Truxton, Last Battle, Arnold Palmer Tournament Golf, Super Thunderblade, Zoom, Thunder Force 2, Ghouls and Ghosts, Mystic Defender, Rambo 3, and more, Genesis.
These old school video game commercials are hype as fuck, bro. Like, they make every game sound like it's gonna be a masterpiece.
from Sega.
Modern game commercials don't have this sort of energy at all.
Genesis, the new generation in video games.
Where they were saying, look, this piece.
You go from that super high energy commercial to this low energy fat nigga. It's so jarring.
Piece of hardware that you have is something that's going to become dated. It's not like your CD player. It's not like your VCR. It's something where the technology is constantly evolving and changing. And when you saw the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo, you realize that the companies were right. Parents hated it because it meant they had to spend more money. But yeah, the technology kept moving and moving. The Nintendo hardware and the Sega Master System.
Man, what a snaz on her.
Parents hated it because it meant they had to spend more money. But yeah, the technology.
Jesus Christ.
Kept moving
what a
and moving.
See, this is what Laura Loomer, she went to surgery. She went to get surgery to get rid of that. But see, this ain't even, it's not like it's ugly. It just stands out. But you know, she hated the
Nintendo hardware and the Sega Master System hardware got more dated, and as the software evolved and hardware evolved, the older consoles couldn't handle what developers.
I don't know, maybe it's a fetish. I always think that like Jewish girls with like the beak nose, you know, they got the big snaz. I always think it's kind of cute.
Wanted to do. And
Laura Loomer was objectively at her most attractive, or at least her least bad looking, back when she had the beaker on her.
When you saw how capable the next-gen consoles were, I will never forget seeing Revenge of Shinobi's intro for the first time. See that compared to the NES and Sega Master System. I almost crapped my pants when I saw it. And yes,
wait, that was Andy Dick? That was Andy Dick in drag? Well, shit. I guess I fell for the trap.
Again, I did have.
I'm not even gonna try and defend myself. I really thought that nigga passed for me.
Have a mullet.
Breastfeeded.
But it was interesting at the time. The companies knew that they had to sell on horsepower, or they thought that the consumer wanted to be sold on horsepower. If you really think about it, look at the marketing back then. 16-bit. The original Sega Genesis, the Model 1, I actually have one right over there. Why don't I go get it? Why am I being a fat, lazy bastard? I'll be right back.
We looked at the logs.
Shout out to DK Oldies, who knew they were sending me one and send me the cleanest Sega Genesis possible because they knew a YouTuber was going to get one.
Is DK Oldies a scam?
All these fucking insider jokes, right? Every time I make a video, right? I have a few insider jokes. I'm not gonna lie. There are times when I do the occasional callback, but generally speaking, I make a video. Every time I make a video, I make it with the intention, this is going to be the first video from me that anybody has ever seen. And I make it with that intention. This Netflix style documentary of his was made filled with all these fucking in-jokes that only somebody who's watched tons of his content or just watched his streams would understand. Nobody would understand why he's like making this joke about DK Oldies. Nobody would understand why Darkside Phil showed up in the first 10 seconds of the video. Nobody would understand that. Oh, excuse me, the first minute of the video.
No.
But look at the flex here. It was about processing power. And this was...
The only sport Review Tech USA knows how to play is inside baseball.
Is the marketing gimmick. 16-bit with the Sega Genesis. This is the Model 1 with the headphone jack. Then you go look at the TurboGrafx 16, which in Japan was called the PC Engine. Totally different name. But again, it included 16-bit because everyone knew the older consoles' processors were 8-bit processors. The Z80 was in the Sega Master System. The Nintendo Entertainment System had the 6502 processor. So virtually all the consumers, or 98% of them, had no idea what bits were, but they did know 16 is a bigger number than 8. And then you would see commercials from NEC for the TurboGrafx 16 showing China Warrior.
Charged games like China Warrior. Compare it to Nintendo's Kung Fu. Can you spot the difference? TurboGrafx 16 has 16-bit graphics that make characters up to 32 times bigger and almost 10 times as many colors.
I'll say this about Sega. Sega's marketing team, almost more so than even any of their development teams or the studios underneath them, was godlike. Sega in the 90s had one of the greatest marketing departments in like Western at least in the West. Sega's American marketing team, one of the greatest marketing teams ever, at least in the 90s.
Turbo Sound, TurboGrafx 16, the higher energy video game system. TurboGrafx 16 video game system is available at these stores.
You would see commercials for...
No, it doesn't feel like a documentary because it's not. It's just him. It's just one of his many storytelling videos, but it's just really long. And he like put these commercials in it. And I guess that to him, that makes him think it's a documentary because he's seen like people put these sorts of things as like B-roll or like clip them into their videos. So he think, oh, that's what makes a documentary. No, like he fundamentally doesn't understand how this shit works.
Nintendo or the SNES showing Super Mario World and how many colors they can have on.
Wow, what? Why did he do that?
Screen, and then you would see from Sega showing before the Super Nintendo was out what the Sega Genesis was capable of. So now we're at a point, and this is the point I'm trying to make, where the consumer has become adjusted, I guess you could say, is the...
Oh, yeah, I know that Sega was bigger. Sega, here's the thing. The Sega-Nintendo rivalry wasn't really a rivalry because, like, for most of it, Nintendo really was just beating Sega's ass. But there was, like, this brief moment in, like, the 90s, specifically in North America, where Sega, specifically because of like Sega of America, just had like this goated god tier marketing department, right? They were able to outsell Nintendo for a brief moment in the 90s. So that's why like American Sega fans specifically think that there was this big rivalry between Sega and Nintendo and Sonic and Mario. When there really wasn't. Like, outside of America in that specific point of time, Nintendo was clearly beating Sega's ass.
Right word. 2 generations.
What's that?
Optic nerve, this is the brain. What's going on down there?
The eardrum's going up! Go get help!
We're having a breakdown, we're having a breakdown, we're having a breakdown, having a breakdown, we're having a breakdown.
What else can go wrong?
Urgent Synapse on line 2. It's the sphincter.
What is going on upstairs?
They knew about every...
Okay, so that was actually a really good commercial. Like, these commercials are insane, right? The marketing departments of people who used to make video games like a decade or 3 decades ago were on a way different level than modern. Video games are like, they're almost uppity. They're almost arrogant in how they're like thinking that we can just sell shit. They don't have this sort of like creativity at all. But that was way too fucking long.
Every 5 years, there was going to be a new piece of hardware because technology evolves, so the hardware has to evolve. So after we went from the...
Is half of this 30-minute video just ads? Let's see. I was going to say maybe a third of it, because we have like this right here. We have this, and I'm pretty sure that this video, this version, this edited version, is just this, but without the commercials.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rich of Review Tech USA. I'm 42 years old. I still play video games, and I'm old as shit. Now, this is going to be an interesting video. Because...
Yeah, this version is literally just this video, but with all the commercials taken out. But I specifically wanted us to watch this version because this is the raw version. I wanted us to see the vision that Rich wanted to show the world. Rich wanted Rich needed this extra 10 minutes of commercial footage. I don't know why.
Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, we went on to the next generation, which would be considered the 5th generation of consoles, where Sony entered the race with the PlayStation 1.
If I had a video, if I make a 30-minute, hold on. Oh, shit, I got rid of it. If I were to make a 30-minute video.
Hi, everybody.
That had like an extra 10 minutes added to it just from like clips I was using, I would say that I fucked up somewhere. That's me doing bad editing. Every time I edit clips into a video, I go out of my way to edit those clips down to be as short as possible. Maybe like on average, I want my clips to be around like 30 seconds at most. If it has to go beyond that, it's got to be something like really, really important. Something that's going to add a lot of context. Because like, if you add one 1 minute clip, okay, you say that's 1 minute, that's nothing. Okay, maybe it like messes with the pacing or whatever, but that's one thing. But then you add another, but then you add another one, and then you add another one. And like, let's say you have like 7 clips, you have like 10 clips, but they're only like 30 seconds. Well, okay, that's still like an extra 5 minutes you added to the video. And if the video itself was only fucking 25 minutes, well, okay, you just made the video half an hour long because you keep adding all these like clips and the clips are too long. So it's something to keep in mind, and he just has no mind for this because he never edited his own videos until recently. I do find the commercials fun. Another plus side to watching this version of the video instead of the edited down one is that watching the commercials kind of like revitalizes me a bit because they're actually fun and well done and they're actually high energy, unlike Rich.
The games are ready. Are you? Guess not.
And it was at this point, if you really think about it, what's interesting is I have this huge outline here and I'm not even going by it. I'm just babbling and it's working.
Congratulations.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
We were.
What the fuck was that?
Huge outline here and I'm not even going by it. I'm just babbling and it's working.
Congratulations.
Okay,
what does that have to do? That doesn't even have anything to do with what you were saying.
I'll tell you what.
It's not funny. It has nothing to do with the subject of the video. It doesn't even have anything to do with what you were saying. Why did you put that in?
We were beginning to see where hardware was becoming more than just gaming, where the industry was evolving. 2 things happened during the 5th generation. One was that your Sega Saturn, which bombed, and your Sony PlayStation were also capable of playing CDs. They were becoming multimedia devices, which in turn was basically the beginning of the evolution, or we were evolving into what hardware and gaming is becoming now, where you could have devices that do more than one thing. And also during this generation, another very...
It's kind of a mistake in my opinion. Looking back, I really do think that it was a bit of a mistake, right? Like, one of the reasons why the PlayStation 2 became the... Well, I don't know why we keep saying it's the best-selling console ever. I'm pretty sure it's been surpassed. I'm pretty sure it's been surpassed by some consoles that came out of it, after it, right? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, the Switch surpassed the PS5 surpassed the PS2 sales, but like Sony every once in a while they're like, I don't know, they commit some ritual to just find another 20 million PS2 sales that were just unaccounted for years prior. I don't know how they keep doing that, but they do. But part of the reason why the PS2 sold so well was because it was like also a DVD player. So I knew, and I remember a lot of people, they would buy like a cheap PlayStation specifically just so, you know, they could just have a DVD player in the house. Because it was like, not only was it a DVD player, it's also in a way kind of like easier to work than a DVD player. And also you could maybe play Madden or 2K on it too.
Interesting.
So that's one of the main reasons why the PS2 sold so well. A lot of people don't want to like, a lot of Sony fanboys don't want to admit it, but that is part of the reason why the PS2 sold so well.
Thing happened. people started to download MP3s.
Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass.
I remember the first MP3 I downloaded was on a Pentium 1 that was running at a blazing fast 60 megahertz, and it was a Castlevania Symphony of the Night song, and this was the song that I downloaded via MP3. But it wasn't just about, oh my god, now...
See, that was actually a good clip. That was a good short clip, not even 10 seconds. See, that was good editing.
We could just download songs. It was showing what the internet was capable of. I downloaded that over a 28.8 kbps, I think that's the data transfer rate, dial-up modem. And it was showing not just with music how it was going to be distributed digitally and people weren't going to buy it physically anymore. It was showing how just anything we consume is just going to be purchased or leased or rented or a subscription service, and everything's going to be downloaded or streamed digitally. And it was beginning back then. Now let's step into the 7th generation of consoles.
You know, it's interesting how he has this long story history with tech, and it didn't like transfer into anything besides him being like a content creator talking about like video game news and whatever. It really goes to show you that just because you consume a lot of something or you're surrounded by a lot of something doesn't mean you're ever going to be able to comprehend or understand that thing, right? Like Rich could have taken a course about like computer science in community college or something, and then within 2 years he will have learned more about tech than this version of Rich has ever known his entire life. You know, just something to keep in mind.
Hello, and my name is...
If you want to really know about video games, if you want to know about video games outside of just like being a consumer, like Review Tech USA or Movie Bob, I would suggest like taking a computer science course or like learning to code or like reading some books by like designers or game developers or programmers and shit.
Kim, I'm here to start you on...
You don't just learn about this shit via osmosis of spending money on shit like this.
A journey into the future of entertainment. It's a future where I am always at the center of a world of experiences that include my games and my friends. That future starts right here, right now. This is my Xbox 360. It's here and it's on.
And that, what I just told...
See, here's the thing. Here's the difference. Here's the difference. If this was like a modern Xbox, she wouldn't have been able to just like connect it and turn it on. She would have had to connect it. She would have need to like connect the router and a modem to it. She would have had to connect to the internet. She would have had to like put in her fucking credit card info and shit. She would have had to gone through all these steps before she could even like exhibit it to the audience.
Talked about,
you can't do that with a modern Xbox.
Evolved even more with your PlayStation 3, especially throughout the generation, with your 360, especially throughout the generation. They weren't just simply devices that played games where you popped a disc in. Sony was flexing with the PlayStation 3 that not only were you getting the most powerful gaming console of the generation, you were also getting the most affordable, in the beginning, Blu-ray player. So the PlayStation 3 was meant from inception. They thought they were going to have the same thing happen with the PlayStation 2. A lot of people bought the PlayStation 2 just to play DVDs on it. They thought the same thing was going to happen with the PlayStation 3 with Blu-ray. Blu-ray did win out, but it didn't take over like DVD did, because at this time, leading into what I'm really getting into here, people were moving on to downloading and streaming music even back then, so Blu-ray never had the same impact. But getting back to the hardware, your PS3, your 360, even the...
Yeah, hold on. Carter, you're right about the thing about is that Dickers fucking sucks at games. Rich doesn't understand anything about games, really. This whole thing, he's talking about his history with gaming, but he's not really talking about gaming. He's talking about like video game hardware and video game companies, right? Like he's skipping any games, any like
hallmark. He's like, a history of gaming would be somebody talking about they started playing Metal Gear and how that like changed, like it invented stealth. It's like codified that as a genre. Somebody talking about gaming history, it'd be like talking about how like how game design changed once games entered 3D. He's not talking about any of that. He's just talking about when the latest console came out and when streaming started taking off and how like the PlayStation sold so well because it was a DVD player. Like, this isn't a gaming history.
The Wii.
Like, this is supposed to be his retrospective, but it really shows you that Rich's knowledge of games, even though he's been doing this for so long and he's been obsessed with games ever since he was a child, is really, really fucking shallow.
Yeah, Netflix on it. They were becoming devices that weren't.
He's not even talking about it like culturally. Like, he's not talking about, like, he didn't talk about the Sega Nintendo console war besides acknowledging that it was a thing. He's not talking about conventions or like how fandoms developed around certain series. It's a very, very shallow like idea of gaming. Everything, and this is just like Rich's thing with everything. He has a shallow perspective on gaming. He has a shallow perspective on technology. He has a shallow perspective on like relationships with women and shit. Like, everything about this dude is shallow.
Weren't just simply
except his ways.
Consoles. They were entertainment media hubs and basically PCs. Now, what's funny is this is actually the 7th generation, I mean to say, was the generation that actually got me back into gaming in my late 20s.
Wait, you got back into gaming? Wait. Hold up.
Was the generation that actually got me, was actually the 7th generation, I mean to say, was the generation that actually got me back into gaming in my late 20s.
His late 20s. Review Tech USA's channel. He started doing his channel in his late 20s. In his late 20s. You mean to tell me this nigga wasn't even gaming like that until the 7th generation? Literally the start of his channel 15 years ago is when this nigga has been a fake geek girl this whole time. This explains so fucking much. This dude is I was wondering, right? Because we're going through this video, right? And we're over halfway through. And I'm like, man, this is actually a pretty shallow perspective on gaming. It's because this nigga doesn't have any perspective on gaming. He only got back into the hobby from when he was a little kid in his late 20s when he started like making content on YouTube and making money off of it. He's always been a fake geek girl. I can't believe this shit, dude. Holy shit. Here's the thing. I'm probably the first person. This is probably the first time people are realizing this because nobody has watched this fucking documentary to this extent except the dude who like edited down the video before this. I can't believe this shit, dude. We haven't known. He's confessed to this and nobody is known because nobody bothered to watch the fucking documentary until now. Review Tech USA is a fake geek girl. I can't believe this. I
remember getting a tax return from...
No, I only watched halfway. I only watched up into a certain extent, right? Like, I didn't watch the whole thing because I knew I was going to come back and watch it. I only watched like the whole thing like the other day. No, not the whole thing. I only watched like halfway through the other day. I didn't get that far. I only stopped like right here around the PS1 thing.
I was working a relatively...
I didn't know. I didn't think there would be any revelations in this video. I thought it would be boring all the way through and it would just be me ribbing on it. I didn't think he would like, because it really does, it fundamentally changes how I now look on Rich's like his career and like being a video game guy. I would have put this shit in the documentary had I watched it before. I would have put this in like my second big video, my third video on Rich. I would have put it in there.
Generation that actually got me back into gaming in my late 20s. I remember getting a tax
Skelly Butts. Nobody watched this video even when it was back on his original channel before he deleted it.
Turn from...
I don't even think it
working a
broke like. Did it even break 100K? Did it even break 50K?
relatively new job or very new job, and I'm like, you know what? I saw the commercial for Gears of War. You remember that commercial? I can't really play it here. The music's copyrighted, or maybe I will, and I'll put my own music over it.
Of course he would put his own music over it. I would have preferred silence over that. I would have preferred you play the commercial in silence than do that shit, bro. Yes, that is the Vouch noise. And he still plays the full commercial. He still plays the full commercial. He just puts this shitty beat over it. Oh my god.
Tacoma wept.
I like big dicks. And I'm like, man, that game looks cool.
Whoa. That's cool.
Giga Todd Howard, thank you for the $2. Are we watching Netflix? Yeah, actually.
So I went out and bought that 360, and I bought Gears of War, and I remember that was the first time I saw an HD game, and I almost crapped my pants.
Actually, we're not watching Netflix, we're watching Hulu.
And another thing I did, seeing the all digital future that we're going into, I bought Martin Scorsese's The Departed and downloaded it to the Xbox 360 hard drive and watched it. This is in 2007. Now, one thing I forgot to mention.
All right, so 2007. Keep that. That's the new thing. That's the new on like Review Tech USA lore. He only really got back into gaming in 2007, right? From like he took a break from his childhood and he only came back to game in like 2007 when gaming went like super mainstream. Well, it was already mainstream, but it became like super dude bro, jock friendly mainstream during the 360 era.
And this was a huge thing about the 7th generation. I'm glad I remembered to talk about it. This is when DLC and downloading games.
It's crazy how this dude, like he's actually like super normie when it comes to like gaming shit. I had no idea. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything about gaming. He doesn't know anything about tech. He doesn't know anything. His whole career has been a lie. Why did he call himself Review Tech USA when he knows he didn't know anything about tech or gaming? Why did he do that?
Became not the norm, but started to become a regular thing. Now, I remember
Why does he keep talking about almost pooing himself? Because he's from the same strain of lolcow as the quartering.
Xbox
That's what they do.
Live.
They're obsessed with poo. People like this think poo is like the funniest shit ever for some reason.
Arcade downloading Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and it was a big deal because Xbox Live Arcade at the time had a size limit, and they actually had to take out some things in terms of like cutscenes and compress the audio more to get Castlevania Symphony of the Night to be able to be downloaded on Xbox Live Arcade. But it was a big deal. And thinking back on that now, it was like the moment when I downloaded an MP3 during the 5th generation of consoles on my PC. I started to see where we were going in.
He's talking about he's talking about like downloading MP3s and streaming movies and shit. Like this was some high-tech shit that my fucking uncle wasn't capable of doing when I was 7. Like, oh my god, I saw where we were going because I was starting to download music from my fucking PC. Really rich. Like, earlier he talked about how his dad was pirating video games during the 70s.
That is more his dad in the 70s did something more technologically impressive than Rich has ever done in his entire life.
In the future, when I downloaded Castlevania. Now, this started in the 6th generation, but it really ramped up during the 7th generation. If you remember with the original Xbox, that's when Microsoft introduced Xbox Live.
Why is he telling us this? Like, this isn't even old shit, right? Like, a lot of the people who were watching this video were around for this. Ames, thanks for the $2, dude. RTU took out a credit card. Hold on.
Live. It's good to play together.
The original Halo.
Yes, Docs. Yes, Dorks. He did forget about the Dreamcast. See, if he wasn't a fake gamer girl, he forgot about it because he actually wasn't gaming. He wasn't gaming during the Saturn. He wasn't gaming during the Dreamcast. He only got back in during the 360 era, right? So he doesn't know. He's not aware of the fact that all the things he's talking about, they were breaking new grounds, were shit that the Sega Dreamcast was already doing. The first online game, people downloading shit online from their the Dreamcast already let you do all that shit, before Xbox Live.
I remember going to LAN parties with my friends after work, which were awesome.
A lot of people forget about that. I know a lot of people forget about the Dreamcast, but Rich, who's supposed to be a gamer guy and a tech guy, doesn't get that excuse.
Did not have.
This actually makes a lot of the things, a lot of drama arcs, a lot of earlier drama arcs really funny. Because I remember back when he got into it with the Blockbuster critic, right? And the first debate they had was he got involved. First off, he got involved in a drama that had literally nothing to do with him, because the Blockbuster critic, he was going at it with 3 kilobytes. That was the dudes that JKB, Jay Hoofed, he used to belong to, right? Blockbuster critic was going against them because they were on some fucking console peasant type shit. And Blockbuster critic, part of the PC master race, he had to put them in their place. Rich came in to play defense, put on that good D, and he ended up getting into a debate with the Blockbuster critic. And Blockbuster critic, BBC just dog-wadded that nigga, because it's he didn't know basic shit. He didn't understand anything he was talking about. And now we know why. Because he had genuinely just started getting back into this shit a year ago, before that debate.
Xbox Live. You could only play local multiplayer. Halo 2, because Xbox Live became a thing, actually had online multiplayer.
No enemy has ever withstood our might. I need a weapon.
Rated M for mature.
And that's another thing we saw begin to happen. And it's interesting in the beginning how it's just wow, this is so, I couldn't wrap my mind playing SOCOM 2 on the PlayStation 2 that I'm playing with people that could be on the other side of the world.
Are you serious? Bro, are you serious? Niggas were doing this in the night. What are you talking about? I couldn't believe, dude. I can't believe this. This dude somehow knew less than we all thought he did.
I mean, now
really, it was SOCOM? It was Halo? That was the shit that put you on?
It's okay, Rich, what's the
fucking the average college frat nigga in the early aughts knew as much about gaming as Rich did. That's crazy.
The big deal. But back then, back in the early 2000s, that was something that just blew your mind. I remember playing Lord of the Rings Return of the King, which had online co-op with some kid, and he told me that I sucked. That's a true story. I'm like, man, the internet's awesome. Online gaming is awesome. Lord,
that is actually usually when people tell this story about how they went online and somebody, you know, it's usually from the other side. It's usually a little kid who's being called like a faggot by like some teenager or some dude in his early 20s. But in this case, it's the opposite, right? Like Rich went online for the first time and he played with a little kid, and the little kid like realized immediately, oh, this guy, hey, you fucking suck, man. You suck. He probably wasn't even talking about Rich's gameplay. He was probably just talking in general. Like he just got the vibe. Like, hey man, you fucking suck.
What I was in store for.
Flashback.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful editing. I mean, to be fair, actually, this actually is like an accurate summary of his internet career. He really did just spend the last 15 years just jerking off and just doing weird gay shit and playing with cucumbers, and then eventually deleting his channel. That basically is a good summary of his internet career.
Now, getting back to the 7th generation, especially with Call of Duty and Halo. That's when Halo was in its prime with Halo 3. Online gaming, especially on the 360, Sony was still playing catch up. The nice thing about the PS3 at that time was you didn't have to pay to play online. That was their selling point. That changed with the 8th generation with the PS4.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks.
But back then, you could play games online on the PS3 and you didn't have to pay to do it. But it was...
Just a reminder that this guy right here, Shohei Yoshida, the president of Sony at the time, he called Rich retarded. Well, no, he didn't call him retarded. He called him stupid. This dude literally called Review Tech USA an idiot because he had a take that was so retarded that he had to personally just like talk shit on Rich.
Thanks.
But back then, you could play games online on the PS3 and you didn't have to pay to do it. But it was during the 7th generation...
You can still do that on PC. PC players, PC Master Race never had to pay for shit.
Online gaming became huge, and companies saw that there was an opportunity there. Hey, you could buy a new map pack for Call of Duty, or Halo, or other accessories. John Riccatello was during this generation with Battlefield 3, was like, hey, we should make them pay to get more bullets. It could be DLC. You want to reload the clip in your gun? Buy more bullets and you could download them to your clip. Think about that.
In substantial portion of digital revenues or microtransactions. When you are 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your clip and we ask you for $1 to reload, you're really not very price sensitive at that point in time. And for what it's worth, the cogs on the clip really low. And so essentially what ends up happening, and the reason the play first, pay later model works so nicely, is the consumer gets engaged in a property. They might spend 10, 20, 30, 50 hours on the game. And then when they're deep into the game, they're well invested in it. We're not gouging, but we're charging.
Okay, we get it, Rich. We get it. We get it.
Substantially better
EA is run by greedy motherfuckers. We get it. You didn't have to pay the full clip. Also, thank God. I really pray. I pray to Allah that the Saudis just really do buy out EA. I pray that happens. Please, Saudi oil princes, save us from these fucking corporate demons, please.
remember during this time, and I thought it was an exciting, novel concept, and it was. Little did I know how it was going to be extorted and used by gaming executives. GTA 4 had two.
I don't want the Saudis to like have. I really don't want the Saudis and the Chinese to like own a bunch of Western gaming companies. But if that's what it takes, if that's what it takes, if that's our only option at this point, then fuck it. Fuck it. China can take Ubisoft. The Saudis could take EA. Fuck it.
Two expansions.
Like, what else? None of these fucking. I gave up. Like, what was it? The Biden administration. There was somebody who was like, they were supposed to break up Microsoft or whatever, and they didn't do it. Right? Oh no, was it Google? No, they were supposed to stop Microsoft from buying out Blizzard Activision, and then they didn't do it. And then they were supposed to break up Google, and then they didn't do it. So there's really no hope. There's no trust busting is like an extinct art at this point. So there's no hope. So fuck it. Just let outsiders, let foreigners just buy this shit and break it up that way.
The Lost and the Damned and the Ballad of Gay Tony. And I'm like, man,
yes, the FTC commissioner. She was supposed to like stop Microsoft from buying Blizzard Activision, and it didn't happen.
So
cool. They were able to do it. They got away with it.
Which at the time they were completed generally. And you want more of that great game. Granted, I'm not a huge Grand Theft.
I am not a socialist by any means, but it really does fuck with me that corporations can just like be shit. And I wouldn't mind it so much if corporations were like how they are in cyberpunk, in like cyberpunk settings, where they're like ruthlessly efficient to the point of like, I don't know, being dehumanizing and fucking over people, but they're still good. They're still efficient. Modern corporations are like actually shit, and they like, the products are getting worse, the services are getting worse, but nobody can stop them because they monopolize everything. So it's like, okay, if the capitalism is going to be of poor quality, well, fuck it. Just do something about it. Break them up by any means at that point.
Theft Auto guy, but I think that's great. If there's a game that I love that comes out and they want to give DLC, like Fear 2, I bought the DLC for that. If you want more of it, hey, that's not a bad thing, right? Then companies realized how much money they can make off DLC, and you would start getting a bunch of map packs, and you would start getting skins for your guns, and then they would put other things behind paywalls, and then you realize...
So is this what this is? Is this what this is now? I guess we're at the point where, I don't know, he's run out of like cool commercials. He's run out of cool commercials to say, and he's run out of like, we're at the point now he can't make a fake video game childhood story shit to tell us, because that didn't exist, right? We now know for a fact that there's this huge gap where Rich wasn't even like playing video games now. So we're past that point. So this is just gonna be him regurgitating all the shit he's been saying about EA and all these other gaming companies for years on his now deleted channel, I guess.
Oh God.
Oh, he literally put a clip in. Okay, I was just talking about it. I guess that's what this is.
Behind paywalls, and then you realized, oh God.
How does he have this clip anyway? Like, his channel is deleted. For him to have like any clips from like his old channel, he would have to like go to one of the archive channels now. He has to go to an archive channel that I think is monetized. I hope it's monetized. I hope literally every Review Tech USA archive channel is like, they're archived, and I hope that it is like monetized, and I hope they're all making passive income off of Rich's work for the past 15 years, because he was too retarded to just keep the channel up and make the passive income himself. I hope that's the case.
Oh my God! Stop!
So it started off as a innocent, nice concept, and of course corporate greed made it slowly slide downhill, which kind of sort of leads us to today. And it's also, things are changing too from a hardware perspective. We're in very weird times. Now let's go over to the 8th generation of consoles.
TV experience. TV and movies. TV. Xbox. Watch TV. TV. TV, TV, watch TV, TV, TV and TV remote, TV experience, TV, 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 sports TV, TV, TV. Anybody?
No.
One of the big things we saw there, not Sony.
We know, like I know that he's not the one who edited it. That whole like TV edit, that was not Rich. That was somebody else. He probably took that from somebody else's video.
Really? But Microsoft, Sony later on started to with like Horizon Zero Dawn, where they were like, yeah, we want our games everywhere.
Gears 4 will also be one of the first titles in the new Xbox program, Xbox Play Anywhere. This icon means when you buy the game digitally, you get to own it and play it on both Xbox One and Windows 10 PC. And that's with your progress and your achievements saved on Xbox Live and shared across both platforms, all at no additional cost to you.
That conventional concept of every 5 years.
That actually was like the beginning of the end. Like, when they started really pushing the ecosystem shit, right? That's when the beginning of the end really started. Because the entire thing was like predicated on the fact that PC gaming is too difficult for the average person to get into. But the problem is, over the years, there's been like complexity creep with consoles, especially for like Xboxes, right? Like Xbox had massive complexity creep in between the 360 and Xbox One alone. So you get to that point, right? And shit gets so expensive, right? And so many of these games are now available also on the PC at launch, plus online is free, plus you get all these mods and shit. Well, then you get people questioning, well, why shouldn't I just get a PC? Why not just like buy a PC or just like look up a guide and just build myself a PC? Or fuck it, why not just get a PlayStation that's less complicated? That shit, along with the Game Pass shit, in my opinion, was the beginning of the end of Xbox, because it actually devalued the Xbox brand.
You need a new piece of hardware and games.
Like part of, again, I said this earlier, is that like the dudes who originally made the Xbox, they kind of had to trick the Microsoft leaders in order to help them make it into its own unique thing, because they just wanted it to be like a fucking, I don't know, basically a multimedia device, like what the Xbox One and the later on versions of the Xbox went on to be, while they just wanted it to be like a compact PC that could play games. And that made it its own distinguished thing. And once you took that away, if like everything is an Xbox, I said this in an earlier stream, we were talking about Kids Move. If everything's an Xbox, then that means that like the Xbox doesn't have any value by itself then.
Consoles were only on consoles, and games for handhelds were only handheld games. Yeah, we're gonna muddy the waters there. You could play all.
It'd be like, and it's my last time pausing, then I'm gonna move on, because we're already like getting close to the end of this. It'd be like if Sony put out a Blu-ray player that could also like play PS4 games or play PS5 games, right? It would be like that, right? It play PS5 games, but it can't go online, but it can still play the game. Well, okay, you're devaluing the PS5 then. Because now somebody could just get like a Blu-ray player that it's not as good as playing like PS5 games, but it can still do it. Except it's even worse for the like the PC and the Xbox, because an Xbox is just like an objectively inferior PC, depending on your build.
Games on your PC, and it was like, wait, you're de-incentivizing people from buying your hardware? And there's still a valid argument to be made, like, if I could get these games everywhere, why should I buy your hardware? But I think Microsoft did see that we were going towards games as a service future, and they were right. Now look what Sony's doing. They just announced that Ghost of Tsushima is coming to PC, and it was also during the 8th generation, even though it's kind of Nintendo's 9th generation.
I mean, they weren't right? Like games as a service, games as a service, I really feel like is never gonna actually be a thing, right? Because you're gonna have, there can only be so many of those types of games on the market and that are like somewhat successful to begin with. Like everybody, all these companies, their first mistake is that they keep wanting, they all want to have the next Fortnite or the next Apex Legends. But like that's impossible. There can only be so many of those mega titan free-to-play games at any one time. Same thing with gacha games. There can only be so many popular gacha games at any amount of time, right? So then you get to like the lower levels. You get to like the mid-tier free-to-play games, games as a service type games. Well, okay, you can have a few more of those. Those don't make that much money, and like they barely make money over like what costs for them to like keep running and keep updating and everything. And anything below that is literally a waste of money. You're literally like throwing money into a fire pit off the hope that you're gonna like get this one game as a service game that's going to make it all worth it. And usually there's not going to be.
Console. Forgot to talk about the Wii U. The Wii U was a bomb. There you go. That's the Wii U.
Oh yeah! The Macho Man's gonna eat your ass! Oh!
He's not gonna talk about the Wii U because he doesn't know anything about, like he doesn't, this isn't a video about like gaming history, and it's not really a video about any sort of unique gaming perspective. Before it was just him like, I don't know, talking about shit you could read on Wikipedia and recalling a few things from his childhood because he wasn't really gaming like that throughout his teens and early 20s. And at this point, it's just him like repeating shit he said on his Review Tech USA channel.
Yeah!
Which I guess this video is from his Review Tech USA channel. So it was just him repeating shit that people who saw the video would have already seen before.
Did not do well for Nintendo, but Nintendo during the 8th generation technically dropped their 9th generation console, the Switch, which was getting AAA games you never thought would be imaginable on a portable device.
Yeah, the games as a service thing really is the MMO problem all over again. All these companies trying to put out the next WoW or put out their next WoW killer. And maybe one or two of them succeed in like sticking around. None of them succeed in killing WoW. And most of them just fail and make money and have their studios closed down.
I remember playing, and I know a lot of you heard this story, playing Doom 2016 on a handheld. Now it's like there's a billion. You could get the Steam Deck, ROG Ally, NEI, NEO, GPD Win, and play AAA games all day. But back in 2017, it was just a mind-blowing concept that now we're once again used to, playing AAA games that were the same games, obviously with less graphical fidelity, like Doom 2016, like Doom Eternal.
You know, it is weird, right? It's weird how like
playing AAA games.
It's only in instances, because like, look at this.
That were the same game.
Hitler looks way too fucking cool right here. In any other instance, right? Like, it's only in scenarios like this that you get away with making Hitler cool. In any other scenario, if you made Hitler look this cool, it would be a problem. You would have like the ADL come in for you. You would have people writing articles about you. But you know, you can do something. You can make like Call of Duty Zombies or whatever. And you can make Hitler like this cool, like Lich King or whatever, and get away with it. But only in these specific type of scenarios. I think like, not video games, right? Because certain type of like shows or whatever, only in this type of media do you get away with making Hitler look cool.
Obviously with less graphical fidelity, like Doom 2016, like Doom Eternal, like Witcher 3, which is also on the Switch. You're playing those games on the go, and they're not cut down versions like when you had a 3DS or a Game Boy. And Nintendo with the Switch, now especially during the 9th generation of consoles, has opened the door up for things like the Steam Deck, which now is, if you have a Steam account, a ton of games are playable on the Steam Deck. And then if you get a Windows-based device like the ROG Ally, or like I said,
like this is so like he's just like, this is a gaming news slop video. This is a gaming news slot video he tried to disguise as some Netflix style documentary about like his history of gaming or some shit. And it's like, Spectral, you're right. There's a reason why videos like this are hard to do. That's why they make videos about specific eras. This type of video, if you were actually, anybody who would ever actually dare to make a video with a concept this ambitious, that is like a gaming retrospective from the Atari 2600 to PS5, this video would be like 4 hours long. Just all this shit you have to go through. But this video is so shallow. It's so shallow, and like we're at the point now, it's not even a retrospective anymore. It's just us, it's just like Rich repeating shit he's read in articles over the years.
Via Neo's devices or GPD Win or whoever, you could play virtually all your games, especially.
A video like this could only be like barely over half an hour long because the dude talking about it doesn't know what the fuck he's. It's actually not even that long because again, we can see here, right, in the Netflix quality, right, like the person who like edited it down, the edited version is less than 30 minutes.
Now with how capable integrated graphics are on AMD processors.
It's just a 30-minute ramble video.
Especially, you're taking your entire library, the same exact games, not cut down versions like they would make for like the 2DS and Vita and Game Boy Advance. You're playing the same games you'd be playing on your PC on the go. Unadulterated. Again, minus you have to cut down the visuals. So it was during this 8th generation and now this generation, we're at this weird turning point, and it's been amazing to see. It's been amazing to see how we went from, in my lifetime, the gaming industry almost dying in 83 to being completely reinvigorated by Nintendo in 85/86 to now be in 2024, and it seems like the gaming industry, they're making plans, but they don't know what's going to work. We see Warner Brothers moving away from AAA games to live service games.
Because he is confused. He sounds so confused because he is confused. Like he's saying this shit like it's amazing, right? Like it's amazing how we went from like 40 years ago when like games were all 2D and the industry wasn't doing that well, to the industry doing pretty well and games being in 3D. That's crazy. This dude was like amazed of being able to download MP3s in like the early aughts. Like what the fuck?
Suicide Squad killed the Justice League.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
And now we're seeing layoffs in the industry, and we see Sony, Microsoft especially, and I'm sure Nintendo is going to have the struggle too, of where the industry's going. Are consoles going to continue to be necessary? It's not cloud gaming I'm talking about. Thank God. I'm just not. I don't want cloud gaming to be our future. I don't.
Hi, I'm looking for
Stadia?
What?
Cucumbers.
But with all these devices with powerful integrated hardware, it's becoming.
He's so unfunny. Like it's amazing. It's amazing that he's been trying. He's been attempting comedy for years. He's been like doing this shit for over a decade, and he's never developed like any sort of comedic instinct at all. It just doesn't work. He doesn't have it. I've never ever laughed at like a Review Tech USA video. Like ever. I've never laughed at a joke. I've laughed at things involving Rich, but it was usually at his expense, right? I've never laughed at something Rich wanted me to laugh at because he's not funny.
A tougher sell for companies to.
The same way that like Phil is funny, but he's not like funny himself. People laugh at Phil all the time. Nobody, well, I won't say nobody, because again, like both Rich and Phil, they got dents. They got people who actually think that he's hilarious. Every time we see Rich do some gay edit that like doesn't even get a chuckle out of us, you gotta think there are at least like a dozen or so people out there who they saw that and they were like, ah, my God, Rich, you're fucking crazy. You're a madman, Rich. How do you come up with this shit? Like there are people who actually think that Review Tech USA is a comedic genius, and those people give him money.
Say, hey,
Not a lot of people, as we've seen, but you know, they exist.
Buy our console, or you could buy this device, which, yeah, okay, the games won't look as good sometimes. And you could take your games on the go and you could play the same exact games, and then you could dock your console and play those games at home. So that keeps me away from consoles. Also, too, when you have games, like I just said before, they announced Ghost of Tsushima for PC. It's going to come out on Steam. There's other games like Horizon, Zero Dawn, God of War. You could all get Spider-Man Miles Morales. You could get those on PC as well, which were PlayStation exclusives. We're in this place where I don't know if anyone knows what the next move is. And growing up where everything was so
it's not that mysterious. It's not that again, it's confused because he doesn't pay attention to shit. Because he only knows when something is happening when he reads the gaming article that tells him exactly, that spells it out for him. He doesn't know. He doesn't have any insider knowledge. Anytime Rich has talked about having insider knowledge has been a lie, which was proven during that moment where he lied about like the fucking PlayStation's new specs. And Yoshida called him a fucking dumbass for it. Rich doesn't have any insider knowledge, and he doesn't have any, like, again, he's not robust when it comes to gaming anything. He doesn't know anything about how the industry works. He doesn't know anything besides what he can read that somebody who actually knows something has written down for him. So of course he doesn't know where the industry is going. He's never made an accurate gaming prediction in his life.
A console every 5.
And I know that's Rich coming from me when I made a prediction earlier in this stream that fucking Sega was going to make it back into the industry by 2035, and both Microsoft and Sony are going to be out the console game. But hey, at least I put a fucking decade-long marker on that. Who knows what the fuck's gonna happen?
This year, it could be 4 to 7 years, let's say, would come out. If you wanted to play games on the go, you would buy a dedicated console from Sony or Nintendo or whoever, and that's how you would play your portable games, and you knew they would be totally different because the hardware was limited. Now we're in this place where if you have like an AMD processor with RDNA 2 graphics or better, even if it's not meant to be a gaming device, it's a gaming PC. My point being is that there's not this walled garden around hardware to play games anymore. And I just don't know if Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo know what the next step is. Microsoft seems...
Who is the current king of non-tent? That's actually a very good question. I'm not really sure. There are a lot of boring motherfuckers out here who just put out shit that nobody watches. I don't know, it's interesting.
Seems like they're preparing themselves the most with all the studios they're buying. We know they bought Active.
Maybe it's the quartering. Then again, he still does get views, so maybe not.
Division, Blizzard, and Bethesda, and countless other studios, because
Wings?
I think they want to have all those games. They want to be the Netflix of gaming, but even with how much money they put into it, is it inevitable that they're going to become the Netflix of gaming? Now, Sony on the flip side, they don't have the bottomless pockets that Microsoft does, but they have very strong first-party IPs, but you're bringing those to PC or...
I would not call Ralph, at least I wouldn't call Ralph recently non-tent. Ethan Ralph has actually been putting out some of the hottest content he's put out in a minute. Like, these last, 2 months, Rich, he's been kind of on a... I don't want to call it a comeback. I want to say it's back in form. We're seeing the Ralph Mail that we fell in love with all those years ago. He's starting to come back, right? And he might really blow his top. He might blow his top before the end of the year. We might see one great end to the current arc.
Trickling them on, I should say, to PC as well. So that's diluting the reason to have a PlayStation. So what is the future for these consoles?
Giga Todd Howard, thanks for the $2. If they played this in Gitmo, it would be illegal. Yes, this was a very boring video. This is a very boring, there's nothing. This actually is non-tent, and it was a perfect, You know, let's wait until we finish the video. It's almost
used
done.
to be that their hardware, and you would buy games for their hardware, and a lot of times they would sell the consoles at a loss, and they would make the money up with game licensing and accessories. If we're moving away from that, what's going to happen? Sony can't, like I said, buy out a bunch of companies like Microsoft did. Are they just going to fold and put their game under Microsoft's umbrella? Is Microsoft's strategy of being games as a service going to work out? And they're already talking about their next-gen console being the most powerful console ever. But who's going to want to buy your console if they could play your games in a billion different ways on a billion different pieces of hardware? So we're kind of at a turning point here. We also see that the industry is retracting. There's countless layoffs throughout the entire gaming industry. I think everyone got fat and happy.
This was supposed to be about you. This is supposed to be about you, Richard. You made it about like the whole industry. This is supposed to be like a personal journey about like your journey through like being a gamer. And it's not, right? It's not that at all.
No pun intended, during the pandemic. And now the reality of the uncertain future of gaming is sobering people up, and here we are. And I've been here for a lot of it, and to see all of these changes in real time and growing up to see the industry evolve into what it is, and to see it kind of have its own midlife crisis is interesting. Review
crazy confession near the end of the video, just admitting so he's admitted it. He admitted it like a year ago. Rich admitted that he was in a midlife crisis. We don't have to think anymore. We don't have to like imagine what he meant anymore. Okay, Rich has confessed here. We got 2 crazy confessions out of Rich in this video. Basically, I think that was worth it. This whole 40 minutes of like non-tent was worth it for these 2 confessions. One, that he has in fact been having a midlife crisis. That's the reason for all his crashing out over the past 2 years. He's been in a midlife crisis. He doesn't know what the fuck to do. He's a failure. His YouTube channel was dying. He's not making the money he needs to. He still has to pay his mortgage. He's not where he wants to be in life. His music career isn't taking off. He's in a midlife crisis. His life is in shambles. Okay, so that was one. The other confession, which unlike the midlife crisis, which we already kind of knew, the other confession is that he's a fake geek girl. He's been lying well, not necessarily lying. It was more like lying by omission, right? He's been pretending. He's been given the impression that he's been like this dude who's like very well versed in gamer lore and video game history, who knows and plays a lot about games. Turns out he didn't know shit. He stopped playing games from when he was a kid up into like his late 20s, back in like when the Xbox 360 came out, basically in 2007. Right? Him downloading MP3s was like a big deal so he knew even less about tech than we thought, right? So that's what we learned. We learned in this video that Review Tech USA is a fake geek girl who's going through a midlife crisis.
Midlife crisis USA. The industry has plans.
Midlife crisis USA.
They're going to work out. I have plans as well. But are they going to work out?
No. I can tell you straight up, as somebody who's been watching you over like the past how long? Let me go back and look, actually. Let me go back and look at my own channel. And yo, I got 272 people watching. Let's go. Let's see. My first video on Rich over a year ago. What was like the specific? August the 11th. So, okay, that means I was making the video, what, May? No, maybe it was like July. Let's say June. Sure, let's say June. Somebody who's been paying attention to Rich since June of 2024, none of your plans have worked out. They've literally all failed. Everything you've done has failed. You're a bigger failure now than you were when you made this video.
This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out. Have a good one.
Oh, I did have a good one. We had a good one. Not the type of good one you wanted us to have. So that's the Rich. That's Review Tech USA. That was his super duper his classic, his masterpiece. Oh shit. Damn, I didn't know they uploaded streams too. That's actually pretty dope. They literally have everything. I might actually have to start looking through some of the shit on this channel. They already got like 1.2 thousand videos. That's actually pretty crazy. So yeah, that was that's about the stream, guys. That's about all I have for you guys today. You know, I appreciate it, and it was good. It was in a way, kind of introspective. We actually did learn some things about especially about Rich that we didn't know before, or at least that I didn't know before. I didn't know. I had no idea. I had no clue that Rich was some fucking fake geek girl. I had no idea. I had no idea that he confessed to being in a midlife crisis. I didn't know that. It's unsurprising, really, but you know. What else can you expect? Anyway, I got a video that I will be dropping later this week. It will be before the weekend at least. And then after that, you guys won't hear anything from me, at least video-wise, until Christmas, right? It's going to be a big gap because I got a big doc I'm dropping after this month. But so anyway, I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you.